Deep Plow Publishing presents Uncommon Achievement, Maximizing Your Potential by Alan J. Dunkleman. Read by the author.
There are numerous factors that contribute to individual achievement and success. Societal or structural factors like family economic background, social capital, who you know, and competition for jobs are relevant determinants that affect achievement and success. Along with structural factors, there are also a host of individual merit factors that contribute to achievement and success, such as willingness to work hard, ambition, attitude, talent, intelligence, and moral character. A future book will examine structural factors. This text will focus specifically on the individual factors that stimulate personal achievement and success. When I was young, a favorite pastime was playing cards with my siblings. Especially during winter, 7-card rummy was the game of choice. Although a certain amount of skill was required to play the game well, what mattered most was the hand that you were dealt. Being dealt 3 of a kind and a straight of 4 certainly solidified your chances of winning. Like card games, our chances of getting ahead and being successful in life, however one may define success, have a lot to do with the hand we are dealt. The top 1% start life with 4 aces and royal flushes, while most of us much lower in the social strata end up holding less advantaged cards. The different hands we are dealt provide different options and opportunities that are not equally distributed among all people. Another thing we need to realize is that even if we have the right attitude and do all the right things, achievement and success are not a sure thing. We cannot totally control our own circumstances and are often victims of circumstances beyond our control. Like the card game of poker, there are times when we can exchange a mediocre card or 2 with the hope of drawing better cards. Learning a new skill or attaining more education are 2 ways to trade up and improve our hand. The important thing to understand is regardless of the hand we have been dealt in life, in order to maximize our human potential, we must play our hand to the best of our ability. Besides playing our hand well, we must also come to grips with reality and realistically inventory our individual resources and limitations, as well as understand the societal factors that affect achievement and success. Given the options and opportunities that are available to us, we can all strive to self-actualize, whether it be in the spiritual, familial, occupational, mental, social, physical, or recreational realms. Regardless of the cards you now hold, the achievement principles and success strategies found in this text, coupled with your willingness to work and learn, can help you maximize more of your potential. Chapter 1. My Quest. Growing up in a large working-class family, in a rural farming community, did not statistically position me for a life of opportunity, upward mobility, and achievement. Don't get me wrong, my childhood was wonderful. My upbringing allowed me to spend most of my time outdoors fishing, hanging out in our treehouse, or playing with my siblings. I had two parents that deeply loved each other and worked hard to provide for our family. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we got everything we needed. Being one of 10 children, 3 girls and 7 boys, we shared 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. I guess you could say I was a member of an early survivor caste. Cooperation and patience were 2 virtues we all had to develop in order to coexist. I did not excel academically in school. Instead, I excelled in ECA, extracurricular activities. The favorite part of my school day started at 3:15 as I pursued my love of sports, band, chorus, art, or drama. Now, as far as English, math, history, social studies, biology, and chemistry went, well, that's another story. Attending a small high school in western New York, we had about 50 students per class. I lettered in football, basketball, baseball, and track. I also played baritone saxophone in the band and sang bass in the chorus. I had a major part in the junior play and spent any extra time in the art room. Needless to say, I didn't spend much time reading, studying, or putting a lot of effort into completing class assignments. At the end of my junior year, I failed 3 final exams and was supposed to repeat the grade. Somehow, I was passed on. I figured it might have had something to do with being elected senior class president prior to the exams, and the administration thinking that it would be embarrassing to have a junior serving as senior class president. In high school, I aspired to be an art teacher. I took every possible art class I could. By my senior year, my portfolio was well stocked with skilled drawings, prints, paintings, and photographs. In the spring of my senior year, I applied to 5 different state schools and took my portfolio to 3 different interviews. The professors would say, "My, you're doing third-year artwork." But they would then look at my grades and my SAT score, which gave the 700 Club new meaning, and soberly share, "I'm sorry, but we can't help you." As I would sit in the lunchroom and learn of the colleges my friends were getting accepted to, I would sit quietly, with my head down, not mentioning the rejection letters I received that week. It was a few weeks before graduation, and it seemed apparent that I was all dressed up and had nowhere to go. I barely made it out of high school. Actually, I didn't receive my diploma until 6 weeks after graduation, because I hadn't finished my English term paper on Bob Dylan. During high school, there were 3 occupational after-school and weekend work options for me to choose from: work on a farm, work at one of the lumber mills in town, or work at one of the area ski resorts. Over time, I was employed at all 3. As soon as I was strong enough to lift a hay bale, I worked most summers helping area dairy farmers put up hay, feed and milk cows, and shovel manure. In the winters, between ages 16 and 21, I worked at the local ski resort, first parking cars, then operating rope tows and chairlifts, and finally to maintenance and greasing the bull wheels, to plowing snow until 3 in the morning. On most Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, I would work a double shift, getting to work and back via snowmobile. My older brother Gerald helped me get a job at the baseball bat factory in town after my high school graduation. The mill stockpiled ash logs that were cut into 3 to 4 foot lengths. The best ash was split and turned down on large lathes into cylinders. Other bolts landed at the head saw and were sawn into 3-inch squares. These 3x3s were then rounded by running them through a giant pencil sharpener. The resulting blanks were then kiln-dried and shipped by rail to the Hillerich and Bradsby Company in Louisville, Kentucky for final turning. I would work all day on Saturday in order to earn time and a half pay. When August came, without being able to pursue college and art education, I settled upon attending the Art Institute of Pittsburgh. They didn't care about my grades, majoring in photography, multimedia. My father was not happy with me pursuing photography. Dad saw my art ability better utilized by painting signs and lettering school buses. He had a friend that made good money doing that when he was sober. After a year or so, I became disenchanted with the commercial emphasis of the program. I was more interested in using photography and multimedia in an educational way. After 2 years, I ended up dropping out. Disillusioned, I gathered my things, climbed aboard a Continental Trailways bus, and moved back home. I got a job at a different lumber mill in town, where my brother Gerald had been hired as a second-shift foreman. My main job was to tail the head sander. This gigantic sander was 4 feet wide. 2 people would feed rough pieces of wood in one end, and 2 others would remove the smooth pieces at the other end. We were paid by the piece, and it seemed that we got paid less the more we worked. When we ran small, hard maple pieces for saw handles, we worked our tails off to keep the pieces from hitting the floor. When we ran 8-foot clear oak boards for casket material, we got paid the most for doing the least amount of work. It was during those long, monotonous hours at the mill, 3:30 to midnight, that I began to seriously think about my future and listen to that still small voice within. I was 21 and wondered, is this all there is? Will I be doing this type of work the rest of my life? Will I eventually settle down here and marry one of my classmates like many of my friends did? Because of my high school and art institute failures, have I sealed my fate and have my dreams and aspirations come to an end? These serious questions served as the catalyst for my life's quest. My quest to find myself, better myself, and strive to maximize my potential. Chapter 2. Do the common things in an uncommon way. Fast forward 10 years, and I'm now in my early 30s. And one day, I decided to read a book. You need to understand that reading had never been a passion of mine. When assigned a short story or novel to read in high school, I would study the picture on the front cover, read the back cover, and then listen intently to the discussion of the book by my classmates during lunch. Armed with this limited information, I could creatively bluff my way through exam essays and land a C, with which I was perfectly fine. So, it's now 1987, and I was thrust into a teaching position. With just a high school education, I was offered a full-time youth and family ministry position at a church in Bristol, Virginia. I thought to myself, how can I effectively teach others if I'm not teaching myself? I had no idea what book to read, but was determined to read a book on a subject that I knew very little about. For the first time, I went to the local library and began scanning the hundreds of shelved books. After several minutes of drifting, I found myself in the autobiography section. Here I saw books on Abernathy, Adams, Alexander, Bacall, Barton, Brando, Calder, Carnegie, Carver, George Washington Carver. George Washington Carver. There was something about that name that caught my attention. There were only two things that I knew about Carver: that he was Afro-American and that he had something to do with peanuts. I unwedged the book from the rack and thought, this is the book. This is the book I'll read. I'll make myself read from cover to cover. Tucking it securely under my arm, I marched to the checkout counter, filled out the form for my library card, checked out my book, and proudly traveled home. That night, I began my quest to read every word of this book, even if it killed me. After reading the first 2 pages, I became so sleepy that the words began to fade, and my head began to nod, and the next thing I knew, I was headed to bed. The next evening, I again forced myself to pick up the Carver book and began to read. I made it a little further this time. It was 2.5 pages before the words began to fade and my head began to nod, and I was headed to bed. Night after night, I continued my ritual. Night after night, the task remained difficult, but I could see that I was making progress. After a week of toil, I had read about 30 pages and had become engrossed with the humble beginnings of Carver and his extraordinary agricultural vision and accomplishments. Making it a habit of reading each night became easier, and before I knew it, I was diligently taking notes of the interesting facts about Carver and his way of thinking. One comment from George Washington Carver made a tremendous impact on me. Carver, desiring to ignite great achievement in young blacks, admonished them to do the common things in an uncommon way. As I reread these words, I said to myself, do the common things in an uncommon way. Carver's statement was to change my entire outlook on life and become my personal motto and motivator. The reason this phrase had such a profound effect on me was that my life had become common. My average existence had caused me to blend in with the woodwork of life. I had been conforming to the standards of lowest and least resistance. I was stagnating, regressing, hardening into a mold of mediocrity. Because of Carver's words, I was determined to change and do something extraordinary with my life. Deep within each one of us is an uncommon person that should be doing uncommon things and living an uncommon life. Why do some people fly while others flounder? Why do some people accomplish more in a few months than it takes some to accomplish in a lifetime? And like Carver, why do common people end up achieving such uncommon success? Welcome to the mission of Uncommon Achievement, maximizing your potential. In the following pages, we will investigate the teachings, studies, research, laws, facts, philosophies, scriptures, wisdom, characteristics, habits, thoughts, and actions that produce uncommon achievement and success. Are you interested in expanding your horizons? Do you desire to unleash your untapped potential? Would you like to break out of your mold of mediocrity and achieve something meaningful in your life, something uncommon? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then your time invested in reading and implementing the teachings of this book will be well spent. The purpose of Uncommon Achievement is to present you with a tangible approach to attaining uncommon success and give you a realistic and trackable method for increasing personal potential and achievement. After digesting over 100 success and self-development books, Dozens of audio programs, educational videos, seminars, workshops, and studying the lives of top achievers, common threads began to surface for me as to what stimulates and brings about uncommon human achievement. My comprehensive education, training, and research in the social sciences, namely sociology, have also been integrated in this work. And with an extensive background in teaching, including youth and family ministry, I will also use examples of wisdom, spiritual teachings, and truths to further support the text. I have attempted to boil down the many success principles and achievement characteristics into a credible formula. Although this formula may appear simple, it is not easy. You will not find any secrets or overnight success schemes here. What you will find is a practical approach to help you move from where you are to where you want to be. This approach will assist you in identifying who you are, where your talents and passions lie, how you can reach your objectives, what habits you need to form, what skills you need to cultivate, and what actions you need to take. Success and uncommon achievement will not fall in your lap like manna from heaven. It will take a tremendous amount of study, understanding, introspection, motivation, time, dedication, and effort to reach the dreams, the goals, the career, the challenges, and the life you seek. The uncommon achievers I have studied and learned from have had an uncanny ability to make the most of their inherent potential. They are not satisfied with the ordinary, run-of-the-mill approach to life. Instead, they relentlessly pursue life in extraordinary and uncommon ways. It is important to understand that the uncommon achievement approach is not a smorgasbord. It is not a program where you pick and choose which parts you like best and discard the rest. This method needs to be accepted and integrated as a total package, like a machine that requires the proper functioning of every gear. It doesn't matter what you want to accomplish with your life. This straightforward approach can work for you. The ideas and principles in this book will work if you work. If you are serious about achieving something uncommon, and if you are committed to properly planning and preparing for achievement, and if you are willing to take the proper actions to make your dreams and goals a reality, then your time spent digesting and implementing this approach will not be in vain. My goal is to help educate, equip, and empower you to expand your potential. Educate. To provide information on how to identify and strengthen your individual merit factors that affect achievement. Equip. To furnish the know-how, skill sets, and achievement tools to aid you in climbing toward your goals. Empower. To embolden you with courage, confidence, and proactivity to strike out and reach your desired summits of achievement. Educate, equip, empower. Uncommon achievers are a rare breed. Only a small percentage of people ever reach their full potential. It's time to wake the sleeping giant within you. It's time to release the potential that has long been pent up. It's time to tap into your explosive power for personal productivity. Whether you desire to master a new skill, complete a college education, climb the corporate ladder, establish your own business, get physically fit, attain financial security, or become a better parent or person, uncommon achievement will give you the insights and tools to help you achieve your goals. The philosophy for achievement and the actualization of your potential is simple but difficult. Do the common things in an uncommon way. Chapter 3. Achievement and Success. Achievement and success are two core values that are firmly rooted in our American culture. Achievement and success can also take on a wide range of meanings. Let's clarify and further understand these two concepts. Achievement. Achievement is derived from the Latin ada caput, meaning to bring to a head. Achievement is when something is accomplished, typically by great endeavor, courage, or skill. Achievement is a result gained by effort, the act of getting things done, the art of starting something and completing it. Success. Success, on the other hand, can be considered more fluid. Success can be reflected in a personal, familial, recreational, spiritual, financial, physical, or professional way, to name a few. Success can originate from many different sources: volunteering for a nonprofit organization, entrepreneurial accomplishment, establishing and maintaining good health, financial stability, grandparenting, learning a new skill, or obtaining a college degree. We can also put achievement and success together and achieve success, as Bessie Anderson Stanley powerfully advocated in her poem, More Heartthrobs. He has achieved success who has lived well, laughed often, and loved much, who has enjoyed the trust of pure women, the respect of intelligent men, and the love of little children, who has filled his niche and accomplished his task, who has never lacked appreciation of earth's beauty or failed to express it, who has left the world better than he found it, whether an improved copy, a perfect poem, or a rescued soul, who has always looked for the best in others and given them the best he had, whose life was an inspiration, whose memory a benediction. Stanley's insights warrant further examination and discussion. Living well, laughing often, and loving much may not be qualities that earn gold medals, but they do manifest a successful life that so many crave. Trust and respect, although considered old-fashioned virtues, are character qualities that exude achievement and success. What niche have you been called to fill? What task do you yearn to accomplish? Do you express appreciation for the beauty around you? Are you leaving the world a better place than you found it? What could you improve or perfect? Who do you know that needs to be encouraged or rescued? Do you look for the best in others? And are you giving others your best? Taking Stanley's success wisdom to heart and acting upon it will bring about countercultural achievement and success. Will your life be an inspiration and blessing? Chapter 4. Maximizing Your Potential. The word potential is derived from the Latin word potentia, which means mighty, powerful, strong, and potent. With this insight, when we think of potential, we need to think of power. Potential, in its simplest form, is possible power. Each one of us possesses enormous reserves of potential, possible power. We are like sticks of dynamite, an explosive energy source that can accomplish great things. In his hierarchy of needs theory, psychologist Abraham Maslow used the term self-actualization to mean the full attainment of one's potential. Tragically, human potential often goes unrecognized, undeveloped, and unused. Human potential often remains shackled by doubt, frozen by fear, confined due to lack of confidence, and inhibited due to lack of development. In the late 19th century, Russell Conwell, minister and orator, soberly captured the fate of unrecognized potential in his speech, Acres of Diamonds. Conwell shared the story of an African farmer who sold his farm with a desire for riches in searching for diamonds. The farmer spent his entire life searching the countryside for diamonds, with no luck. Frustrated, broke, and despondent, the farmer eventually threw himself in a river and drowned. The man who purchased the farmer's land one day found a large diamond of enormous value and became owner of one of the richest diamond mines in history. The initial farmer, who had not studied or prepared himself to recognize diamonds in their natural state, was literally surrounded by acres of diamonds, but didn't realize it. The unprofitable servant, in the parable of the talents in the New Testament book of Matthew, also reveals the consequence of unused potential. In biblical times, a talent was worth more than $1,000. Instead of taking the talent and depositing it with the bankers, where it could have drawn interest, out of fear, the servant went and dug a hole and hid his master's money in the ground. Matthew 25, verses 14 through 30. No potential was ventured, no potential was gained. In the Appalachian Mountains of Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and West Virginia lie deposits of coal. Before this raw material becomes useful, coal companies must locate the area of substantial reserves, extract it from deep within the earth, and perform the proper processing procedures. Before this coal reaches its potential, coal companies must find it, mine it, and refine it. This process also applies to you and me. We must find our potential, mine our potential, and refine our potential. Deep within each of us are dreams yet to be fulfilled and desires yet to be met. There may be a personal character trait to improve, an education to complete, a room to remodel, a business to start, an athletic goal to reach, a new skill to learn, a trip to take, a car to restore, a cabin to build, or a garden to grow. In order for our potential to be actualized, we must recognize and reverse the negative aspects of our human nature that stifle potential. For starters, we need to convert apathy into ambition. You may not be consciously aware of it, but our society for decades has been condoning laziness. How so? Listen to our conversations when individuals are about to head off to work. What do we typically say? It's generally things like, don't work too hard, don't overdo it, take it easy, or working hard or hardly working. Several of these statements, initially made around the time of the Industrial Revolution, used to be shared when people, due to harsh working environments, did actually work too hard. This is not necessarily the case today. I typically reverse the don't work too hard saying by telling others to work hard today. We reinforce underachievement in other ways in our society. The term couch potato is attributed to Southern Californian Tom Iacino, who used the term in 1976 to describe one of his television viewing friends. Imagine coming home at the end of a workday and plopping down in your favorite chair or couch and not moving until bedtime. Consider the lost potential of doing this night after night after night. Social media also has the tempting power to consume hours upon hours of our time, luring us away from actualizing our potential. Realizing our potential, our possible power, does not come about easily or automatically. Unleashing untapped potential takes concerted effort and attention. Our challenge is to maximize our potential, not minimize or waste it. Chapter 5. Uncommon Achievement and You. We know that when we see someone atop a mountain, that they didn't fall there. Mountain climbers conquer challenging summits by climbing. The same holds true in reaching our personal peaks of achievement. It takes proper planning and guidance, correct conditioning, the right equipment, and constant climbing to reach the top. Mountain climbers are not remembered for climbing halfway up a mountain. Yet in life, that is what too many are satisfied with: mediocrity. Mediocre literally means halfway up a mountain. Meaty, medium, acris, mountain. The Laodicean church in the book of Revelation was a mediocre church. Jesus chastised the members with these words of rebuke: I know your deeds, that you are neither cold nor hot. I wish you were either one or the other. Chapter 3, verse 15. In order to fully understand this harsh criticism, we need to gather some background information about the time period and location of this story. Some biblical scholars have argued that the hot and cold analogy applies to the Laodicean water supply. Many cities had aqueducts that transported spring water into the city. It makes sense that water from a hot spring would eventually become tepid by the time it traveled into Laodicea, and vice versa for the cold spring source. Other biblical scholars suggest that the imagery has to do with hospitality. Chilled and warm wine were both popular drinks. When a guest arrived, the host might offer wine chilled with snow or wine mixed with warm water. To be offered lukewarm wine was an insult and a negative reflection on the host. Thus, following this hospitality theme, the Laodiceans had not welcomed Jesus as an honored guest. Jesus continued his reprimand to the Laodiceans, saying, So because you are lukewarm, neither hot nor cold, I am about to spit you out of my mouth. Regardless of which example you use, the water springs or wine, the lesson is clear. mediocrity, and being lukewarm go hand in hand and are to be avoided. The same holds true with the way we go about our work or the goals we aspire to reach. A half-hearted effort will not bring about wholehearted results. Forgetting the past. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. Isaiah 43:18. When I was 21, I met a musician named Paul at a weekend music gathering in northern West Virginia. Paul was from Boone, a college town located in the mountains of western North Carolina. I had longed to travel to this area, so I arranged a future visit. I made the trip with a musician friend named David, who owned a car. David and I met up with Paul and his friend Cecil. The four of us spent the next 3 glorious days playing music together. I eventually made my way back home to upstate New York and told my parents I was moving to North Carolina. Yes, I was smitten by the new experience and newly made friends and was ready to leave the nest and move on. The night before I was to leave for North Carolina, I decided to make a bonfire. As a child, I was a voracious collector of Sports Illustrated, Field and Stream, and Boys' Life magazines. I was a stamp collector as well as a creator of scrapbooks, chocked with sports newspaper clippings, mostly featuring the St. Bonaventure Bonnies basketball team, especially their run to the Final Four in 1969, with the great Bob Lanier. There were countless black and white photographs and negatives from my photography efforts, along with film, drawings, and other artwork from high school and the Art Institute. I gathered all of these things, heaped them into a mound, poured on some gasoline, and lit the mass pile. As I watched the flames shoot higher and higher into the air, I experienced a great sense of euphoria. I was putting my past behind me. This cathartic experience was like a rite of passage, a symbolic ritual that was ushering in my new start and chapter in life. But it is a whole lot easier to erase material baggage from the past than to extinguish emotional baggage. Our past failures often leave mental wounds that create open sores that take a great deal of time to heal. The important thing to realize is that past failures do not define us or define our future. If dealt with properly, past failures can refine us. If you're like me, you've made some bad decisions. You've made mistakes. You've messed up. The best thing about making mistakes is that we can learn from them. I have come to better understand achievement and success because I've experienced plenty of floundering and failure. The New Jersey saying, "Forget about it," is actually good achievement advice. We may not be able to totally erase the failures that have been etched into our memory, but we can stop dwelling upon them and allowing them to cripple our quest for success. Let's heed Isaiah's advice and not dwell upon the past. Live the life you intend. Political columnist Charles Krauthammer shared the following words on June 8, 2018, as he was about to lose his battle with cancer. I leave this life with no regrets. It was a wonderful life, full and complete with the great loves and great endeavors that make it worth living. I am sad to leave, but I leave with the knowledge that I lived the life that I intended. Krauthammer passed away 13 days later on June 21st, 2018. Krauthammer's sobering words are also encouraging. He lived a wonderful, full, and complete life with no regrets. He lived the life he intended. Can we say that about our lives? Are we living the life that we intended? Or, if you are a young person, will you live the life that you intend? What makes Crothhammer's words even more significant is the fact that as a college graduate student, he was seriously injured in a diving accident that left him paralyzed from the waist down, requiring him to be hospitalized for 14 months. As a result of this mishap, Crothhammer spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. This gifted and courageous individual did not succumb to blaming, making excuses, or a woe is me mindset. In the midst of his tremendous life challenges, Crothhammer became an uncommon and irreplaceable achiever. Perhaps through his words and how he lived his life, Crothhammer has defined the real meaning of success, living the life we intend to live. Despite his physical challenges, Crothhammer achieved to the fullest stature of which he was innately capable. That is what I desire in my own life, and that is what I desire for you. Crothhammer's self-actualized life had purpose and meaning. Will yours? Let's not live our lives and later regret that we didn't do what we intended to do. Regardless of how young or how old, how educated or uneducated, how skilled or unskilled, your peaks of uncommon achievement are calling. Listen to that inner voice and launch out to live the life you intend. Most expeditions that climb Mount Everest take about 40 days to conquer the summit after they have reached their first base camp. After mountaineers leave their initial base camp, they climb to several more camps on their way to Everest Peak. Like mountain climbers, we too are going to climb to different base camps, 5 in all, that will lead to the summit of uncommon achievement. In order to begin the ascent to your achievement peak, we will need to trek to the first base camp, Camp Discovery. Chapter 6. Discovery. As we start our climb toward our desired peak of uncommon achievement, let's imagine that Discovery is our first base camp, and once reached, we are closer to the summit, but it is still way out of reach. Before we go further, let's think about the meaning of discovery. Derived from Latin, the word discover, discoperire, has 2 parts, dis, expressing reversal, and coperire, to cover completely. In its simplest form, to discover is to uncover. When I was growing up, the great outdoors was where I spent most of my time. About 100 yards behind our house was a small stream that we called the creek. The creek was a place that provided hours of activity and entertainment. As a child, I especially enjoyed making homemade boats. I would scrounge for a couple scraps of wood, a few nails, a saw, and a hammer, and begin building. I couldn't wait for my mother to finish off a wooden spool of thread so I could add it as a smokestack to one of my creations. As soon as the boat was finished, I would run back to the creek and make channels for the vessel to sail by stacking up rocks in adjacent rows. Every now and then, When I picked up a rock near the creek's edge, I would uncover a feisty crayfish, which would scamper away. At other times when I overturned a rock, I might find ancient fossils, which were not visible on the other side. My point is that when I discovered or uncovered those rocks, I discovered something that was always there, but had been hidden. In order to understand ourselves and determine our path of uncommon achievement, we also need to discover the talents and treasures that lie hidden within us. Men and women have made tremendous strides in the last century to probe the unknowns of space to the mysteries of the sea. In all of our energy to investigate the unknown of our universe, we sadly leave a vast territory virtually unexplored, our undiscovered selves. The ancient Greek aphorism, "Know thyself," was inscribed in the forecourt of the temple of Apollo at Delphi. The phrase was later modified by the philosopher Socrates, who taught that the unexamined life is not worth living. Socrates supposedly spoke these words at his trial after he chose death rather than exile. Socrates' statement can be interpreted in different ways. If applied to us today, I think what his words imply is that we need to scrutinize our lives in order to live fulfilled lives. How can we identify where we're going if we can't identify who we are and what we want? Self-discovery is more than researching our family heritage. It is researching and unearthing our real identity, what makes us tick, what our interests are, and what excites and motivates us. When we discover who we are, then we have a handle upon which to grasp to move us toward self-actualization. But how do we discover ourselves? Our fast-paced, overscheduled, and social media-saturated lives cloud and counter self-discovery. We spend so much of our time satisfying our job requirements, keeping up with social media posts, juggling extracurricular activities, and taking care of family matters, that we begin to lose touch with ourselves, what we are really doing, and who we really are. The following proverb offers a remedy for renewing self-awareness. Take time to sit by the side of the road long enough for your soul to catch up with your body. One of our problems is that we fail to discover our true selves by not devoting enough time to be alone. Too many of us spend more time paying attention to what others are doing, following, listening to, buying, wearing, drinking, eating, playing, and thinking than trying to figure out each of these things for ourselves. We need to take time to step away from our familiar surroundings and focus on what is going on within our true selves. This is why many individuals make major life decisions while away on vacation. They have had an opportunity to clear their minds, reflect, and survey their inner desires while in a fresh environment. Top executives often take frequent vacations to allow themselves time to let their visions, decisions, and souls catch up with their minds and bodies. Without a clear identity or personal focus in life, we set ourselves up for a life with limited purpose and meaning. Who would you like to be? Being true to yourself, what would you like to achieve with your life? Don't let circumstances cause you to drift from your dreams. Discover yourself and get climbing toward your desired peak of achievement. Uncommon possibilities. The word possibility, from the Latin possibilis, means able to be done. A possibility is something that may happen, something that is likely to occur. Possibility means that with the proper conditions and circumstance, something uncommon may become a reality. Our possibilities, although unknown, abide in the realm of potentiality. Big goals, backed by big thoughts and actions, fuel the possibility of big results. Unfortunately, our possibilities are often restricted by the limitations we place upon them. In Victor Hugo's fictional novel, The Man Who Laughs, he tells of a traveling circus that displayed some dwarfs as its special attraction. The disturbing circumstance is that these little people had been artificially produced. While in their infancy, these babies were encased in jars, the height of a 3-year-old child. They were kept in those jars throughout all the years of their normal physical growth. When these physically stunted miniature humans reached their 20s, they were released. They stood no more than 3 feet high and were about 2 feet in diameter. These infants had been trained, molded, and predestined to live a life as an outcast for entertainment. As repulsive as this story is, there is a significant truth to be gleaned. Some individuals are following a destiny similar to those carnival creations. Some of us have encased ourselves in a self-limiting jar, with the lid on tight, and have restricted our growth and potential. In Japan, a similar growth restriction takes place with watermelons. Square watermelons are highly desired and expensive because they are more space efficient in small refrigerators and easier to cut since they don't roll around. The melons are grown in boxes that are often made of plexiglass and assume the shape of the container. Unlike these watermelons, don't allow self-limiting boundaries to inhibit you from realizing your dreams. I typically ask my college students on the first day of class to share what specific career they are pursuing or would like to pursue. I'll never forget the young lady who shared, "Well, I would like to be a veterinarian assistant, but I'm too old." "How old are you?" I inquired. 23, was her response. 23? This young lady had placed herself into a jar that had created a mental, self-limiting ceiling that was snuffing out her possibilities and dreams. "I'm too old. I'm too young. I'm not smart enough," are excuses that encase and inhibit our human potential. If we think something is impossible, then it will be impossible in our own mind. This way of thinking correlates with the Thomas theorem, the classic statement and theory by sociologist W.I. Thomas. It states that when people define situations as real, they become real in their consequences. In other words, how we think about or interpret something becomes our reality, and consequently affects our reaction and behavior. If a child believes that there are monsters under the bed, reality to the child, guess what? To that child, those monsters are real and will most likely alter their willingness to sleep in that bed. It all comes down to one's mindset. The longer we stay in our self-limiting and impossibility-thinking jars, the longer we live in a vacuum, a mental vacuum, void of oxygen for promoting personal growth and potential. In my early 20s, I spent 2 years working at an elementary school in the North Carolina mountains. I served as a teacher's aide for the 2nd and 3rd grades and also drove a school bus. This worked out well since I didn't have a car and was able to get to and from work at no cost. The only drawback was that I had to pick up and drop off 56 very young students. One feature on the school bus was placed there for safety and protection. The engine was equipped with a governor. No, I'm not talking about a politician. This type of governor is a device connected to the carburetor to restrain the speed of the bus. Thus, the top speed of the bus was 40 miles per hour. Even traveling downhill, if you depress the accelerator, the governor would suppress the fuel intake in such a way as to cause the bus not to speed up, but to maintain a maximum speed of 40. Like mental watermelon boxes, self-limiting governors also slow our possibilities and impede our potential. I have shared these illustrations to help you understand that you have an important decision to make. You can either accept the self-restraining circumstances you have placed upon yourself, or you can break out of the mental barriers that have been holding you back from achieving something uncommon. Uncommon interests. As we've discussed, you cannot decide on an uncommon goal without taking an honest look at yourself. One way to heighten self-awareness is to take an accurate appraisal of your interests. What do you do that brings you the greatest inner joy and satisfaction? What do you do that brings out the best in you? If you can answer these personal interest questions honestly and fully, you will be well on your way to identifying a potential summit of achievement. At home, my 2 main chores as a young teen were to take out the trash and mow the lawn. I abhorred these 2 chores. You would have thought that taking out the trash was somehow equivalent to emptying every trash receptacle in the Empire State Building, or that mowing the lawn meant mowing an entire golf course. What created the disdain for those chores was that I didn't have an interest in them. I would have rather been fishing or playing basketball. We get excited about what we want to do and what we are interested in. Where there is great interest, there is typically great energy. We greatly enhance our chances for success and overall happiness when our interests, desires, and abilities intersect. It is important to note that our interests and desires change throughout our lives. As a high school student, I wanted to be an art teacher. In my early 20s, I wanted to be an educational multimedia specialist, then wanted to be a traveling musician, then a dairy farmer, then a woodworker, then a graphic artist, and then I wanted to own my own tree farm. But after a serious back injury in my late 20s, I first pursued full-time ministry, then went back to school, and eventually began teaching sociology at a community college. Early in my life, my interests were all over the place. Identifying and focusing my interests is what maximizes opportunities for uncommon achievement. Discovering your talents. Talent is an innate capability, a God-given gift, or inclination. Talents are those natural, inborn abilities that distinguish us from others. What's your talent? What can you do well? What things come easy for you? Unique individuals like yourself possess distinct talents, talents that must be recognized before they can be fully developed. Later in this section, you will have access to an assessment that will help you discover and identify your talents and abilities. But before we do that, we need to further explore the concept of talents. Uncommon achievers enjoy satisfaction and triumph because they immerse themselves in the process of total talent development. They take their gifts, nurture them to maturity, and are empowered with a capacity to excel in their chosen fields and endeavors. In short, they make the most of their best. Raw talent is not useful until it is refined. Just as a rough walnut log is not a fine piece of furniture until it is milled, machined, and meticulously crafted. Talent alone is not the ticket for success. Fully developing and using our talent is one of the prerequisites of achievement and success. We are personal stewards of our talents. You may not feel that you are particularly talented, but you are. You possess talents that I don't. You can perform tasks and execute skills that I cannot. The important question to answer is this: what are you doing with the talents you've got? Personal talents involve personal responsibility, your ability to respond. Let's not drain our achievement capacity batteries by comparing our talents with others. Let's not bask in self-pity because we don't seem as gifted as others. Forget the others. Simply apply this well-known achievement credo attributed to Theodore Roosevelt. Do what you can with what you've got where you are. Now let me give you my translation. Put forth the effort with the talents you possess right now. There's no point looking for greener pastures here. You are the greener pasture. You need to cultivate, water, and fertilize the plot of ground you have. If you do these things, you will be growing your own achievement destiny. Uncommon achievement results from uncommon doing. In other words, wisdom is knowing what to do, talent is knowing how to do it, and success is doing it well. It's not what you have that counts. It's what you do with what you've got that makes the difference. The real tragedy of life is not being limited to one talent, but in the failure to recognize and use that talent. Uncommon abilities. Abilities are the powers that you uniquely possess to do some special thing. Ability is a demonstrated physical or mental strength to do something in an excellent way. Talent differs from ability, in that talent is more of an inborn capacity, where abilities are developed and acquired. An ability is something that you have habitually done over and over, with the ability honed and acquired through practice. When we acquire specific abilities, we become specialists in those distinct areas. Think of specialists you may know, whether it's a skilled electrician, a nurse practitioner, or a professional business person. Such specialists demand and usually receive greater financial compensation that often contributes to greater personal satisfaction and quality of life. The cultivation of your abilities deserves great attention. If your area of achievement requires future education or skill training, then you will need to direct your attention toward the fulfillment of those requirements. If a top sales career is in your achievement plans, then you will need to invest time and energy to develop top sales skills. If becoming physically fit is your goal, then you will need to put forth the effort and make the necessary lifestyle changes to reach your desired level of fitness. Many dreams and aspirations come to an end because of a lack of abilities that could have been developed if the proper focus and action had been applied. What are some of the abilities that you possess that will propel you toward your desired goals? What are some of the abilities that you will need to expand in order to satisfy the requirements for your desired achievement? This appraisal will reveal your present framework for potential achievement and the framework you will need to reinforce in order to attain your desired dreams and goals. Vocation, your vehicle for achievement. Achievement of any kind needs a vehicle, a means or channel for accomplishment. You may desire to shine in the area of creativity, spirituality, or parenting. You may desire to excel in the arena of education, healthcare, or computer technology. Regardless of your goals, the vehicle or medium you choose to pursue your goals must be right for you. By the time high school students reach their senior year, they are supposed to know and decide upon the vocation they are to pursue. I prefer to use the word vocation over occupation. Vocation comes from the Latin word vocatio, meaning to call. One variant of vocation is translated a calling from God. What have you been called to do in life? What has that still small voice been whispering to you? Seniors are to magically pick one of the hundreds of available careers. The problem that frustrates so many graduates is that many have not had ample time to get to know themselves, let alone know anything about what career to choose. People do not mature at the same rate. Some blossom early, while others bloom late. You and I are human beings, but we are also humans becoming. Who and what are you becoming? Deep within each of us lies a seed prepared to unfold, develop, and become as we reach various stages of growth. One critical factor in determining our future becoming is our level of maturity. Maturity literally means to ripen. Just as every apple has its core, we too have a core related to our maturity, what I call our maturity core. If our maturity core is not fully seasoned and developed, it will not give us an accurate reading to base our aspired vocations or achievements. Conversely, if an individual's maturity core has reached a ripened state, then that individual will more clearly be able to identify their life desires or calling. What I'm trying to say is that we don't achieve anything until we're ready. In my 30s, I discovered my assignment, my mission, my vocation, my area of achievement. It came as a result of many years of drifting, rambling, searching, stumbling, learning, struggling, evaluating, succeeding, failing, praying, developing, and focusing. It wasn't something that manifested during a dream, a vision quest, or just appeared from out of nowhere. My life's vocation had slowly, steadily, and sometimes painfully evolved as my core of maturity mellowed and ripened. A newspaper editor once sent a letter to several hundred women and men who had achieved success in their specific vocation. He asked the question, "What do you consider the first requisite in a young man or woman for a successful career?" Throughout the hundreds of replies ran a common thread of thought. Find out what work you like to do best and do it all the time. It sounds simple, doesn't it? The tough part about selecting your locus of achievement is in the finding out, the identifying, the soul-searching, and uncovering of your calling within. Here's a question to help you identify your optimal vocation. What would you love to do even if you didn't get paid to do it? First, there must be some type of job attached to it. Lying on the beach, drinking lemonade all day doesn't qualify. Monday through Friday, I don't have to work. I get to work. When I wake up in the morning, my first thought is not dreading the day ahead. I am blessed, privileged, and fortunate to be able to do something I love and get paid to do. It's been many years since I've actually seen a paper check. But at the end of the month, my money is sent through a wire and ends up in my account at the credit union. Making money is not where my focus is. Doing what I love to do is what consumes me. This is my desire for you to be able to do and achieve something that you love. Gerontologist Erdman Palmore has conducted extensive research on the factors related to longevity and life satisfaction. Palmore sought to discover the best predictor on how long a person will live. What did he find out? According to Palmore, the single best predictor of longevity was job satisfaction. Individuals engaged in meaningful work live longer. Discover great meaning and satisfaction by discovering your unique vocation, and may you live long and prosper. Discovering your conscience. Our conscience is that ever-active internal monitor that senses our thoughts, ideas, and feelings. Our conscience tells us when we are doing something right and warns us when we are about to do something wrong. It's as if we have a little angel on one shoulder, encouraging wholesome thoughts and motives, and a little devil on the other shoulder, promoting impure thoughts and motives. Our conscience regulates our thoughts, and our thoughts eventually break out into actions. Being true to ourselves allows us the opportunity to pursue our inmost desires. In the 1940 animated movie Pinocchio, Jiminy Cricket advises Pinocchio to always let your conscience be your guide. Pending your conscience is virtuous. This is not bad advice. When we are functioning in harmony with our true selves, as well as our personal values and beliefs, we perform more effectively. Being conflicted and at war with ourselves only causes an internal struggle that serves to confuse and frustrate. Carefully listening to our conscience is an important aspect of self-discovery. Knowing what is right for us is what gives foundation to our beliefs, convictions, and goals. Our peaks of personal achievement are conceived in our thoughts. When our conscience becomes aligned with our inner desires, a strong, harmonious force is created. This force, when properly channeled, will help bring about the realization of our aspirations. A phrase that has stuck with me for many years is, when you're not struggling, you're not growing. When we find ourselves settling into a state of complacency, you can rest assured that no growth or progress will be made. This state of complacency can negatively impact every component of our lives. When our conscience calls to our attention a lack of exercise and an over-intake of food, we should be awakened to take the proper actions to regulate this physical imbalance. We exercise and eat right in order to improve the quality of our health, feel good about ourselves, and prolong our lives. A conscience that is insensitive or seared will struggle to motivate you to take corrective action. Listen to the subtle suggestions that your conscience is communicating and get in tune with those inner messages. DUI discovery. Even though I don't know you personally or are aware of your personal habits, each one of you are candidates for DUI. Wait a minute, I don't even drink. I'm not talking about that DUI, driving under the influence. I am advocating that each one of you are a DUI, dynamic, unique individual, that ought to be doing dynamic, unique things in your life. It takes a great deal of courage and strength to be an original and resist the conforming pressures of our cultural collective. Our monkey see, monkey do human nature tends to focus our attention on following the crowd and adapting to the standards of others. A true, dynamic, and unique individual doesn't have to worry about impressing others or getting one up on someone else. He or she feels good about themselves, who they are, and their unique one-of-a-kindness. You are a DUI, a dynamic, unique individual, and you have the potential to achieve dynamic, unique things in your life. Transforming for achievement. The word transformation comes from the Greek word metamorphosis, to change shape or change form. Butterflies and moths go through a complete metamorphosis as they change from an egg to a larva, from a larva to a pupa, and from a pupa into an adult. In a similar way, uncommon achievers engage in a process of human metamorphosis, self-change. An achiever's life is characterized by continuous improvement, a perpetual change from who they are to who they desire to be. Complete achievers make ongoing enhancements in every component of their lives. More to come in Chapter 9. The goal is not to stay the same, but to continually change. What is so intimidating about change that we avoid it like the plague? Look at the technological changes that have occurred in the past few decades. We no longer need to keep change in our pockets in order to use a payphone, and we no longer have to use a manual typewriter and retype an entire page due to a mistake. When we look back, the cell phone and computer have been wonderful changes. Why can't we embrace the idea of changing ourselves? If you possess a low capacity for self-change, you most likely possess a low capacity for growth. Consequently, if you possess a low capacity for growth, you essentially possess a low capacity for achievement. We've got to do the changing on the inside before we can expect any change on the outside. Underachievers are so busy telling the world what is wrong with it that they don't have the desire or time to improve it. Too many individuals live a life of frustration that is brought on by wanting to improve their surroundings without wanting to improve themselves. If we are involved in a commonplace course of self-transformation, our achievement level will likely remain commonplace. If we engage in a serious course of self-transformation, our capacity for achievement will likely accelerate. the biblical writer of Romans wrote the following: "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." Chapter 12, verse 2. Renew your mind. Make it new again, and start making the incremental changes you need to make to become the uncommon achiever you desire. Becoming a master of one. Jack of all trades. I used to have a great attraction to this phrase. It seemed complimentary for people to say it. You know, John, he's a real jack of all trades. In the mid-1970s, while in my late teens, I became obsessed with the Back to the Land movement that was popular at the time. I was living near downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and longed for the countryside with its simplicity and natural setting. I wanted to be a farmer, an old-time fiddler, a log cabin builder, a blacksmith, and whatever else I needed to be in order to be self-sufficient. I carried this jack-of-all-trades attitude around with me for many years, always seeking to learn a new craft. There is certainly nothing wrong with cultivating and possessing numerous skills, but it eventually dawned on me that I was doing a lot of things, but was not doing any one thing well. I decided that I would no longer be a master of none and would strive to become a master of one. To help identify my master of one focus, I began making a list of jobs, volunteer activities, and meaningful experiences that I'd had in the past. After compiling this list, a common theme surfaced: teaching. In the past, I had served as an elementary school teacher's aide, Bible class teacher, corporate consultant and trainer, and instructor of numerous skills related to music and art. We can begin developing a master of one mindset by channeling all of our thoughts and energy toward one objective. What one talent, skill, or ability do you possess that you wish to develop into excellence? What area of expertise challenges you to be your best? What specific vision or mission do you have that calls you to fulfill? Becoming a master of one requires specialization, obtaining specific knowledge and skill. The word expertise, from the Latin word experire, means to try out, or one who has tried out or experienced something thoroughly. The Japanese word monozukuri is related to our word expertise. Monozukuri, although difficult to translate into English, is derived from mano, the thing that is made, and zukuri, the act or skill of making. Monozukuri could be compared to our word craftsmanship, but this word means so much more. Monozukuri is a multifaceted concept. It is viewed as a mindset, a spirit, a philosophy, a dedication to continuous improvement, the drive toward perfection. Regardless if one is crafting ramen in Hokkaido or assembling automobiles in Sayama, the Japanese continuously strive for excellence in all they do. Specialization is a big part of the sport of baseball, especially pitching. Relief pitcher Mariano Rivera was a 13-time All-Star and 5-time World Series champion. He is also Major League Baseball's career leader in saves at 652 and games finished 952. Rivera primarily threw one pitch, a sharp-moving, cut fastball that sometimes broke hitters' bats and earned him the reputation as one of the league's toughest pitchers to hit. The hitters knew this cutter was coming, but they couldn't do anything about it. Rivera could have spent a great deal of time developing several other pitches, but he didn't need to. He specialized in being a master of one. Uncommon achievers are specialists in their chosen fields. They know exactly what they want to become and do, and focus their time and energy toward that one endeavor. You can do something uncommon with your life if you'll only become a master of one. The power of imagination. The human mind has the amazing ability to record and play back images. Our internal camcorder videos and preserves visual stimuli to be viewed and reviewed at any time. Our minds also possess the ability to create visual scenes and experiences. A soon-to-be married couple can mentally fantasize about a romantic tropical honeymoon while being thousands of miles away. A young boy can visually dream of hitting the game-winning home run or see the completed skyscraper he's designed as an architect. A young girl can see herself leaping and tumbling through the air for the gold medal at the Olympics, or see herself on the first day of work as a medical doctor. All of these examples represent the power of imagination. Imagination is the ability of the mind to form new ideas, images, and concepts of things not present to the senses. Imagination is the mental and visual power source that can transform your internally created ideas and images into actual realities and experiences. One of the most powerful examples of harnessing the power of imagination is practiced by Olympic athletes. Former Soviet psychologist Dr. Grigory Ryport is known for his auto-conditioning training system. His book, Red Gold: Peak Performance Techniques of the Russian and East German Olympic Victors, has long been applied to the business world. This sports psychology approach enabled Olympic athletes to improve their athletic performance. Through guided imagery, visualization, and dreaming, Ryport was able to help Olympians achieve greater success and attain more medals. What have you pictured in your mind? What achievement have you mentally videoed? By visualizing the attainment of your desired goal, you will be setting the scene for its eventual achievement. Tap into the power of imagination. Personal Discovery Assessment. Think about the following questions and what your honest answers might be. You may want to pause the recording after each question and personally reflect on your answer, or jot down your responses on paper. Question 1. What would you like to achieve with your life? 2. What do you do that brings you the greatest inner joy and satisfaction? 3. What do you do that brings out the best in you? 4. What can you do well? What things come easy for you? 5. What are your specific talents? 6. What would you love to do, even if you didn't get paid to do it? 7. What personal achievement have you mentally videoed in your mind? 8. What are some of the abilities that you possess that will propel you toward your desired goals. 9. What are some of the abilities that you will need to expand in order to satisfy the requirements for your desired achievement? 10. Make a list of the jobs, volunteer activities, and meaningful experiences that you have had in the past. After analyzing your list, what common themes do you see? And question 11. Who do you know that can help you with discovery? Now that you have reached your first base camp and have completed the discovery assessment, it's time to secure your pack and climb to the second Uncommon Achievement Base Camp, Camp Drive. Chapter 7. Drive. My father was a mechanic. He learned to work on cars and tractors on the farm. While serving in the Army during the Korean War, he worked on Jeeps. After returning home, Dad took a job at our local city garage and was eventually hired to maintain and supervise school bus transportation at our school district. My dad could take an entire school bus apart and put it back together again. One major thing that my father understood was the importance of a vehicle's drivetrain. The drivetrain of a motor vehicle is critical because it consists of a group of components that deliver power to the wheels. I did not learn a lot about mechanics from my father, but I do know that the power source of the drivetrain starts with the engine, then is engaged by the flywheel or clutch, which then employs the transmission, then the differential, the U-joints, and eventually the drive shaft, which turns the wheels. When all the elements of the drivetrain successfully work together, because of that focused power, the vehicle is able to move forward. In like manner, in order to move forward toward the attainment of your goals, you too need an inner drivetrain, a consistent and focused power source to propel you toward your desired summit of achievement. It takes a lot more energy to complete a project than it does to start one. Now that you have discovered what you want to accomplish, it's time to get to work. Unfortunately, too many individuals, due to discouragement, lack of enthusiasm, or neglect, end up running out of gas and never reach their finish line. If you are not serious and committed to do whatever it takes to achieve your desired goals, then you need to stop reading. I'm serious. There's no sense going any further if you are not all in with moving toward accomplishing what you want. If you're not committed to working toward the achievement of your dream, then you need to close this book and put it up for sale in like-new condition on eBay or Amazon. There are thousands of guitars in closets and under beds, only strummed a few times, because individuals were not serious, not committed, not willing to stick with it. In the same way, many individuals have also slid their personal dreams under the bed for lack of dedication and desire. When it comes to uncommon achievement, only the serious and strong climb, persevere, and reach their summit. But why? I teach a beginner guitar class every summer at the art camp, sponsored by our local arts council. One of the first things I share with the students is that learning the guitar will not be easy. I tell the 3rd through 8th graders that if you really want to learn to play the guitar, you will. I then share that if you are not serious and committed to practicing and learning the chords and developing the calluses and necessary skills, then you will not learn to play the guitar. The choice is yours. When it comes to uncommon achievement, if you really want to reach your desired goal, you most likely will. Derived from Old English, the word drive means to urge to go forward. A strong sense of drive keeps us moving forward toward the attainment of our goals. Drive is fueled by the power source of passion. Passion is an intense desire or enthusiasm for something. Passion is often the factor that separates the successful from the unsuccessful. I look forward to the fall each year. Yes, I relish the cooler temperatures, but for me, the fall brings football. If you want to see passion on display, watch the fervent fans at a high school, college, or professional game. Passion is conveyed by the flags and stickers that adorn the cars. Passion is demonstrated hours before the game during tailgating. Passion is displayed through face painting and outlandish costuming inside the stadium. Passion is what drives sporting events. Passion is an inner fire that radiates zeal, eagerness, excitement, and dedication to do or support something. What are you passionate about? When it comes to the uncommon achievement you seek, are you serious and passionate about it? Possessing a strong degree of passion is one of the biggest determinants of achievement and success. I spoke about this once with my colleague, Steve, who directs our small business center at the community college where I teach. In order to help students better understand the realm of entrepreneurship, I asked Steve to share why new businesses succeed and why new businesses fail. In my opinion, passion for what you do is the number one factor that leads to business success, was Steve's quick response. Individuals with an idea and a passion are the ones that endure and succeed. Your degree of passion will keep you driving toward the actualization of your dream. According to mountain climbers, there are 3 basic rules of mountaineering. It's always further than it looks, it's always taller than it looks, and it's always harder than it looks. I don't mean to discourage you, but these 3 rules directly apply to you and your desired achievements. In the spring of 1965, my entire elementary school boarded school buses and traveled 30 miles to a movie theater to see The Sound of Music. We had never done anything like this before, so I remember this event well. Even though I didn't understand the historical or political context of the film, I did enjoy the music. Like many of you, my favorite song from the film was Climb Every Mountain. Climb every mountain, search high and low, follow every byway, every path you know. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow, till you find your dream. A dream that will need all the love you can give, every day of your life, for as long as you live. Climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every rainbow, till you find your dream. Written by Richard Rogers and Oscar Hammerstein II, Climb Every Mountain was first sung at the close of the first act by Mother Abbess. Mother Abbess sings to free-spirited Maria, who has been wrestling with her purpose and direction in life. Maria's inner compass wavers between returning to the Abbey to pursuing her newfound love relationship with Captain George von Trapp. The song triumphantly returns at the end of the film as the family climbs the mountain to cross over into safety and freedom in Switzerland. Although the entire song speaks to uncommon achievers, there is one verse that is significant. A dream that will need all the love you can give every day of your life for as long as you live. Your ambitious and seemingly insurmountable summit of achievement will need all the effort and love you can give in order for you to conquer its peak. Your uncommon achievements are going to require not a once-in-a-while, haphazard, or half-hearted approach, but an every day of your life effort. I am a firm believer in the counterintuitive saying that it takes 10 years to become an overnight success. I often share this with my students and admonish them to prove me wrong. In 2005, a young girl from Chakota, Oklahoma, rose to fame by winning a singing contest. Her name was Carrie Underwood, and the contest was the 4th season of American Idol. Did it take a few short weeks for Underwood to become an overnight success? Let's further investigate. Underwood was 21 when she won American Idol. If you look into her past, she had been singing in talent shows, her local Baptist church, and community events since she was a child. She even came close to signing with Capitol Records at age 14, but the contract was canceled when company management changed. Carrie Underwood's ultimate success was due to more than 10 years of hard work, preparation, and passion for singing. American Idol was a great opportunity, but for Underwood, it was the result of a long-term dream and the zeal and drive to achieve it. When you further investigate the lives of other uncommon achievers, you will find years of development and preparation, all behind the scenes. Remember that when you see an iceberg, you only see what lies above the surface of the water, and don't see the other 90% of its mass lying underwater. The overriding themes of Climb Every Mountain are those of inspiration and encouragement. Inspiration and encouragement for people to take the necessary steps toward the attainment of their dreams. Do you have the drive and passion to climb and keep climbing toward your peak of achievement? Driven from within. To dream the impossible dream. To fight the unbeatable foe. To bear with unbearable sorrow. To run where the brave dare not go. To right the unrightable wrong. To love, peer and chase from afar. To try when your arms are too weary. To reach the unreachable star. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or pause, to be willing to march into hell for a heavenly cause. And I know, if I'll only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest. And the world will be better for this, that one man scorned and covered with scars, still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star, the impossible dream. Guts, grit, resolve, tenacity, courage, conviction, stamina, stick-to-itiveness, perseverance, determination, steadfastness, toughness, resolution, resiliency, staying power, endurance, intestinal fortitude, whatever you call it, you need it in large quantities in order to reach the apex of your desired achievement. Drive is that unique human force that propels us toward a particular destination. Our inner drive is that personal power that moves and pushes us toward the achievement of our goals. I greatly admire my younger brother Tom, who specializes in long-distance running. He has even competed multiple times in the Boston Marathon. It's hard for me to imagine how my brother is able to run 26.2 miles without stopping. Sure, he takes one step at a time, but what motivates Tom and other runners to reach the finish line is their personal drive, that inner force of determination and resolve. Soon after starting the Boston Marathon a few years ago, Tom shared that the weather turned quite warm, making it more difficult to run. "I gutted it out," was Tom's explanation for how he completed the race. Like running a brutal marathon, there's no easy button to push to get you across the finish line of your goals. You've got to use everything within your being to complete your achievement journey. Sometimes you've just got to reach deep down inside and say to yourself, "I'm going to do this no matter what, and nobody is going to stop me." You've got to do like my brother Tom and gut it out. During my years working in youth ministry, I'll never forget the story that Speaker Steve Riley shared at a youth rally one Friday evening, which focused on the theme of leadership. Riley told the tale of a farmer who had a dog that loved to lie in the middle of the road, under the shade of a large maple tree. For years, people in the community had become accustomed to slowing down and stopping when they approached the farmer's dog, allowing him to casually meander to the side of the road so they could pass. One day, another farmer up the road had had enough. He was sick and tired of having to stop each time to let that dog move out of the way. He decided he was going to teach that dog a lesson. Driving down the road in his pickup truck, the farmer began to approach the dog, and this time he did not slow down. The farmer clipped the dog's hind quarters with his front bumper, and the dog flew in the air a few feet and went yelping away. Despite the farmer's actions, the dog fully recovered and never laid in the middle of the road again. Riley concluded that the moral of the story is that when it comes to leadership, sometimes you will have to tell others to either lead, follow, or get out of the way. There may be a time in your achievement journey where you will need to say the same thing to yourself and others around you. Lead, follow, or get out of my way, especially those who want to drag you down, ridicule, or hinder your progress. A word related to personal drive is grit. Grit is that driving force of courage and determination despite difficulty. Psychologist Angela Lee Duckworth conducted extensive research asking the question, who is successful and why? She wanted to know if it is talent that determines success, or is it effort? that determine success. After studying a variety of uncommon achievers, she concluded that effort is far more important for success than talent. Duckworth's research led her to create the following formula. Talent times effort equals skill times effort equals achievement. Notice that talent alone does not equate achievement. For the greatest talent without effort does not lead to achievement. Duckworth further concluded that one of the most significant predictors of success was that these uncommon achievers possessed grit. In her TED Talk, Grit, the Power of Passion and Perseverance, Duckworth defines grit this way. Grit is passion and perseverance for very long-term goals. Grit is having stamina. Grit is sticking with your future, day in, day out, not just for the week, not just for the month, but for years, and working really hard to make that future a reality. Grit is living life like it's a marathon, not a sprint. In our culture that glamorizes the belief in overnight success, Duckworth's research reveals the reality of uncommon achievement. It takes years of hard work and true grit. The song The Impossible Dream, written by Joe Darien and from the play Man of La Mancha, has served as a tremendous source of encouragement and motivation for many individuals. Notice the two-word phrases in the first 8 lines. To dream, to fight, to bear, to run, to write, to love, to try, to reach. These 8 phrases capture the guts, grit, and actions that uncommon achievers take in order to be victorious in their achievement quests. I've taken the liberty to adapt these lines toward uncommon achievement. To dream what seems to be arduous and insurmountable. To fight to accomplish something that seems unconquerable. To bear through the disappointment and frustration that seem overwhelming. To run toward the attainment of your lofty goals and strive to accomplish what even the brave resist. To right the things in your life that seem too daunting to correct. To love your purpose and what you are striving to accomplish. To try even though you're tired and want to give up. To reach toward your goal that at times seems unreachable. The musical version of Don Quixote is allegedly framed by an incident in the life of its author, Miguel de Cervantes. Don Quixote is the aging and mad nobleman who through his adventures brings embarrassment to his well-respected family. Supported by his sidekick, Sancho Panza, Quixote duels with windmills, which he believes are giants, and defends his ultimate lady, Dulcinea, who is actually an oppressed prostitute named Aldonza. A quest is a difficult journey toward a specific goal. Don Quixote's chivalric quest left him scorned and covered with scars. Though bewildered, beaten, and dispirited, Quixote, unwilling to surrender, still strove with his last ounce of courage. How did he endure under such negative circumstances? It was his drive, his inner grit, that kept him ever striving with his last ounce of courage. I believe the 2 most powerful lines in The Impossible Dream, and perhaps in all of literature, are the following: to be willing to march into hell for a heavenly cause. Now that is what you call radical courage. This phrase epitomizes the drive and determination of uncommon achievers. Quixote had every reason to give up, but his resolve, his drive, kept him motivated and willing to do whatever it took to pursue his insurmountable quest. When you experience trying times pursuing your seemingly impossible dream, reach deep within and don't quit trying. Driven by desire. Desire is a strong feeling of wanting something or wishing for something to happen. A desire is an aspiration, something that we long and yearn for. As a young teen, I had a strong desire to be a better basketball player. Since this was something I craved and was serious about, I didn't sit around waiting for improvement to happen. My desire led me to take action, to do something about it. In order to develop better skills, I spent hours shooting hoops in our driveway. Since the driveway was gravel, I would often have to fill in the low places where puddles would form. I would hook a wagon to my bike, grab a shovel, and scrape excess gravel off the side of the road, and then transport it back to the driveway. After smoothing out the low places, I would begin my shooting regimen. Winter snow and ice didn't slow me down either. After shoveling the driveway smooth, a good pair of gloves and warm clothing was all I needed. Darkness was also not a problem, as I would pull out an extension cord and attach a light to the top of our stepladder. Each summer during my teen years, I would work for my Uncle Howard and other neighboring farmers, putting up hay as well as mowing lawns in town, in order to make enough money to attend a week-long basketball camp. Saving up the $125 for the camp took a long time and a lot of hard work, but I did it because I had a strong desire. Desire is one of the great human motivators. One of the other great motivators is fear. The two forces of fear and desire can be compared to the physiological fight or flight response. When confronted with a tremendous challenge, we can either accept the challenge and prepare to fight, or run away to safety and comfort. How strong is your desire? How bad do you want to achieve your goal? How serious are you about the uncommon achievement you have identified? Great desires are the forerunners of great achievements. Desire is to humans what fuel is to rockets. Desire is the propellant, the powerful force that drives us toward the realization of our dreams and goals. The greater the desire, the greater the potential outcome. Our feelings, emotions, and passions are stimulants that ignite our achievements. This mental energy, when attached to a cause, has tremendous potential for good or bad. The individual who harnesses their desire for covetousness will turn their energy into thievery. The individual who channels their desire to be kinder and more compassionate will funnel that vigor into benevolent action. Desire is the catalyst for either positive or negative outcomes. The story is told of a famous trapeze artist who was teaching his students how to perform a specific task on the high bar. He finished his instructions and asked the students one by one to demonstrate what they had learned. One student, looking at their precarious perch and frozen by fear, pictured themselves falling and stood trembling at the bar. "I can't do it. I can't do it, the student cried. The instructor put his hand on the student's shoulder and said, "Throw your heart over the bar, and your body will follow." When we confront and overcome our fears, we allow the force of desire to lead us toward the accomplishment of our goals. Like the previous student, sometimes we need to throw our heart over the bar and move boldly in the direction of our goal. The writer of Romans captured spiritual desire and passion this way: never be lacking in zeal, but keep your spiritual fervor serving the Lord. Chapter 12, verse 11. The Voice translation put it this way: do not slack in your faithfulness and hard work. Let your spirit be on fire, bubbling up and boiling over as you serve the Lord. Search for and identify your core desire. Let your spirit be on fire as you pursue common things in an uncommon way. For where your passion is, there will be your motivation for achievement. The strong desire, the mediocre retire, and the weak expire. Which one are you? Driven by effort. We reap what we sow. Need I say more? How can we expect a desired outcome if we don't put forth any effort? On the other hand, if we do put forth proper effort, only then can we enjoy potential rewards. A man reaps what he sows is a sound spiritual law that declares that the fruit we reap will be consistent with the seed we sow. I recently did some yard work to improve the drainage from my roof downspouts. I dug up 3 different places, backfilled with gravel, then soil, and raked the areas level. I applied fertilizer, sowed a copious amount of grass seed, raked the seed into the soil, and covered the areas with a thick layer of straw. After a couple of weeks and a few good rains, it was rewarding to see the new grass peeking through the straw and eventually becoming lush and fully grown. It took a lot of care and effort to get that grass to grow. I reaped what I sowed. Reaping and sowing relate directly to our work ethic. I am fortunate that I had a mother and father who, through their modeling, instilled the importance of hard work. My mother, who came from a family of 10 children, gave birth to 10 children, as I mentioned earlier. Was my mother a hard worker? Was there any other option? My mom was the quintessential mother and housewife. She did the shopping, prepared the meals, did the laundry, cleaned the house, cut our hair, packed our lunches, baked us cookies, bandaged our wounds, ironed our clothes, read us stories, got us ready for church, and when sibling arguments broke out, told us to go outside. I can still remember the tall stacks of clean cloth diapers on top of the dryer. Since most of us lived upstairs, when our clothes were laundered, Mom would place them in piles on the stairs leading up to our bedrooms, in birth order. Since I was the 4th oldest, mine were always on the 4th step. To keep us all clothed and fed, my father, the primary breadwinner, at times worked 4 different jobs. During the day, he worked as the bus mechanic at our school, which housed the elementary through senior high grades. In the afternoons, Dad would referee junior varsity athletic games. One night a week, he taught auto mechanics at our local vocational center. And on the weekends, he served as bartender and custodian at our American Legion Hall. As a young child, I remember going to the Legion with Dad to help him clean up on Saturday mornings. My job was to sweep the floors, empty the garbage cans, and pick up the chairs and place them inverted on the tables. Dad would then mop the floors. My dad was a hard worker, and he expected all of us to be hard workers as well. Because of my mother and father, I learned to appreciate and value the opportunity to work and work hard. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for showing me the virtue and blessing of acquiring a strong work ethic. This work ethic has served me well throughout my life. Instilled by my parents, work has played a big part in developing my character and potential for uncommon achievement. If you've ever tried to move an old 500-pound piano, I've done this 3 times, you know how difficult it is. When moving a hefty item like this, you could identify 3 types of people. The first type gets behind and pushes. The second type pulls and guides. And the third type grabs the piano stool. Which type are you? Effort may not always bring about achievement, but there will be no achievement without diligent effort. The word diligence is a derivative of the Latin word diligere, meaning to love, esteem, and take delight in. Putting forth hard work and effort is often viewed as drudgery, punishment, and something to be avoided. Uncommon achievers don't think this way, as they delight in laboring toward their love, their purpose, and goal they have established. Diligence is like the waves of the sea, S-E-A, steady, energetic action. Ocean waves constantly crash upon the shore. Depending on wind speed, water depth, and temperature, as well as the angle of the shoreline, it's difficult to determine how many waves crash upon the shore each minute. From my experience living on the North Carolina coast, I have counted an average of 8 waves that reach the shore every minute. 8 waves a minute would be 480 waves an hour, and 11,520 waves per day. In 1 year, 4,204,800 waves would crash upon the shore. As we pursue our uncommon achievements, we too must be diligent like the waves of the sea and engage in steady, energetic action that will move us closer to the attainment of our aspirations. In the card game of poker, when a player has a good feeling about the strength of their hand, they may declare, "I'm all in." To go all in means that the player is betting all their chips and are boldly committing to winning the pot and be victorious or go home empty-handed. Uncommon achievement also necessitates this all-in type of attitude. In order to reach your desired summit, you will need to get up a good head of steam, continuously trek upward, and not turn back. When you know exactly what you want to accomplish and go about it resolutely, your task will be well on its way toward completion. Many individuals dream of doing uncommon things, while others stay awake and respond with great effort and diligently do what it takes. Driven by adversity. Mr. Ray Gray, my high school football coach, would often say, "When the going gets tough, the tough get going." This popular proverb could be interpreted 2 ways. It could mean that those who act or think they are tough have a tendency to flee from a situation when things become difficult. Or it could mean that when things become difficult, the uncommon achievers, the tough ones, get going. They dig in, ramp up their efforts, and work even harder under duress. I prefer the latter interpretation. Adversity is a condition or circumstance marked by persistent misfortune or distress. Adversity, sooner or later, comes to all of us. The important thing is not what the adversity is, but how we handle and respond to the hardships that come our way. I have a track and field record at my high school that will most likely never be broken. That sounds arrogant, doesn't it? Let me explain. During my junior year, there was a 180-yard low hurdles event. To be successful, you not only had to sprint 180 yards, you also had to leap over 8 30-inch high hurdles placed 20 yards apart. The second time I ran this event, at a local track meet, I broke our school record. Ironically, I was not able to improve my time the rest of the track season. When my senior year came around, the 180-yard low hurdles were eliminated and replaced with a 330-yard intermediate hurdle event. These hurdles were much higher, and being only 5 feet 9 inches tall, I struggled to leap over these higher hurdles and ended up not doing well. The higher hurdles slowed me down and impeded my ability to be successful. While working on a 12-year goal to complete my education, 2 major hurdles impeded my progress. The first major hurdle occurred when I accepted employment in another state. As a result, I had to postpone my schooling for a year in order to qualify for in-state tuition. The second major hurdle occurred 1 week prior to conducting my master's thesis research, the 9/11 terrorist attacks. I was able to resume my research a year later after our society had partially settled down and healed from the deep wounds of those nefarious assaults. As you pursue your big goals and dreams, setbacks will occur. The important thing is to not allow your setbacks to take away your passion, your goals, or dreams. Adversity weeds out the weak and galvanizes the strong. The extra mile attitude. Uncommon achievers possess an uncommon attitude. The word attitude, from the Italian word attitudine, means disposition or posture. In the 17th century, attitude was the technical term in art for the posture of a figure in a statue or painting. In a similar way, airplanes also have attitude. I learned from my friend Phil, an airplane mechanic, the importance of attitude in proper flight. An airplane's attitude relates to its orientation in space, its disposition or posture when in the air. This orientation is comprised of 3 angles: the heading or yaw, the pitch, and its bank or roll. I visited Phil one day at work, and we watched an airplane take off and fly around the airport. The pilot had built a homemade plane from a kit. Watching the plane in flight, Phil, in a concerned tone, said, "I just don't like the attitude of that plane." Tragically, a few months later, the plane crashed, killing the pilot who built it. On a human level, an attitude is a mindset, a way of thinking that affects a person's behavior. Norman Vincent Peale's The Power of Positive Thinking describes how an individual can achieve a permanent and optimistic attitude through positive conscious thought. Peale popularized the positive attitude, but there's another type of beneficial attitude that was revealed centuries ago. In the historic time period around 30 AD, Roman soldiers had the authority to force civilians to carry their loads, their packs, for 1 mile. The Roman mile was equal to 1,000 paces. This practice was termed impressment and was no easy task, as soldiers' packs weighed upwards of 100 pounds. The Romans adopted this practice from the Persians as early as 325 BC, who would force their citizens to carry a soldier's pack until they dropped. The Jews hated the Romans for making them perform this duty, so when their mile was up, they were eager to set their packs on the ground, as they were free from obligation to do anything more. In the New Testament book of Matthew, Jesus advocated just the opposite. If anyone forces you to go 1 mile, go with them 2 miles. In chapter 5, verse 41. This challenging attitude declares that we give our opponent more than he or she has the right to demand. When interacting with others, we are to go beyond the minimum and demonstrate a humble servant's heart and cheerfully display a generous, sacrificial attitude. When we apply this principle to our own lives, we will gladly give our neighbors, acquaintances, or employer much more than they expect or require. Possessing an EMA, extra mile attitude, is one of the critical factors that separate the common from the uncommon. This attitude is very similar to Carver's admonition to do the common things in an uncommon way. The EMA is doing what you don't have to do. The EMA strives to outdo what others will get by with. Every so often, I encounter a student with an uncommon EMA, extra mile attitude. In nearly 2 decades, I have had a handful of students stay after class and volunteer to erase the boards, push in the chairs, and align the desks for the next class. After serving me in such an extreme way, these students typically ask before leaving, "Is there anything else I can do for you, Mr. Dunkleman?" How I wish more individuals had this type of extra mile attitude. Individuals that possess an EMA seek to do the maximum, not merely the minimum. When it comes to the topic of effort, I often ask my students, "How fast do you drive on the interstate?" I quickly get answers like 65, 70, 75, and even 80. I then reply, "In that case, the maximum speed and above is what I'd like to see you put forth in this class." I typically add, "You don't go the minimum speed on the highway, so don't give me the minimum speed in this class. Give me the maximum." Minimalism is an art form that began after World War II. This style or technique, used in music, literature, or design, is characterized by extreme sparseness and simplicity. I happen to like minimalism as an art form, but when it comes to uncommon achievement, maximalism, the extra mile attitude, is the desired standard. Dream more, think more, and work more than you have to. That's the uncommon way. Personal drive assessment. As with the previous assessment, be honest in your responses. As you contemplate these questions, think about the implications for your personal growth and aspirations. Question 1. Are you serious and committed to do whatever it takes to achieve your desired goals? 2. How passionate are you about the uncommon achievement you desire? 3. What are some ways you can apply the EMA, extra mile attitude, in your life? 4. What limitations will inhibit your drive? 5. What obstacles will you need to overcome to achieve your dream? 6. How will you handle setbacks and disappointments? 7. Who can help you keep on keeping on? Now that you have reached your second base camp and completed the drive assessment, it's time to trek toward the third uncommon achievement camp, Camp Direction. Chapter 8. Direction. Long before MapQuest and GPS, the way you planned a long trip was to first clear everything off your kitchen table. You would then retrieve, unfold, and spread out a large paper road map, or atlas. You would find your ultimate destination and then create a travel route by writing down every specific road and interstate. After completing your list, you would then tape the itinerary to the dashboard of the car, and away you'd go. In case issues surfaced along your journey, you would make sure to take the map or atlas along for reference. Like old school trip planning, we too need a detailed roadmap in order to reach the destination of our desired achievement. The formula is simple, yet extremely difficult to carry out. Plan your work, then work your plan. I asked my entrepreneurial development counselor, Steve, why some businesses succeed while others fail. One major reason for both success and failure has to do with the same thing: a business plan. Steve shared that those entrepreneurs that have a comprehensive business plan tend to be successful, where those whose businesses failed usually had no business plan. So what's your plan? Have you determined how you will go about achieving your goal? Have you decided when you will begin? Have you established a deadline for its completion? As I've shared earlier, it's easy to come up with a great idea, but extremely hard to follow through and make it happen. We too must count the cost when planning to attain our crown of achievement. Why do 70 to 80% of new businesses fail within the first 3 years? One of the reasons is that they don't have an adequate business plan. They have not properly charted a course and counted the cost. Uncommon achievers plan their work and work their plan. They determine their course, meticulously map out how they are going to reach their destination, and courageously climb toward their end goal. Uncommon focus. After you have discovered your inner desire and know exactly what you want to achieve, it's now time to chart a course that will direct you to your destination. Direction has numerous meanings. The meaning that we want to concern ourselves with is that direction is a purpose or orientation toward a specific goal that serves to guide or motivate. Nothing becomes dynamic until it becomes specific. Energy sources remain dissipated until they are focused. Without the intricate system that directs the rushing waters past electric generators, Niagara Falls is only a pretty sight that produces no electricity. A restored steam-powered locomotive will not move until the coal-fired boiler superheats the water to produce the steam to drive the wheels. If your life was an arrow and shot from a bow, where would it land? Would it successfully hit a target, or would it end up in a field somewhere? What are you aiming for? If you don't have a target, then how can you expect to hit the bullseye? In my mid-20s, I worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture on what we called the test farm. Located in the northwest North Carolina mountains, this farm conducted research on cattle, sheep, and tobacco. I was a hired hand and often assisted researchers from Raleigh. Each month during the growing season, I would team up with an individual who would mow a 30-foot swath of grass in a pasture. I'd help him bag the grass, and he would take the cuttings back to his lab for analysis. One task I remember well was plowing a field for corn planting. My superintendent insisted that the plowed rows be perfectly straight. As I sat on the John Deere tractor and ready to plow, I used the red gas cap on the front of the tractor like a sight on a gun. I would find a distant focal point by picking out a tree or fence post at the other end of the field, and with great concentration would carefully adjust the steering wheel to make sure my sight aligned with my focal point. The end result? Straight rows. What end goal would you like to reach? And if you have identified your end goal, how will you reach it? As travelers, directions are important instructions that serve to guide us toward a specific location. If we desire to reach our desired destination of achievement, we too need good directions. Goal direction means that you have established a locus, a specific point of destination. When it comes to uncommon achievement, an individual's specific focal point is their center of activity, attention, concentration, and focus. A great enemy of focus is distraction. Olympic archers that win gold medals block out distractions and keep a keen focus on their target. Focus involves concentration. When our thoughts, energies, and actions become locked onto one clear, distinct aim, we set ourselves on a track for accomplishment. Just as a computer-guided missile locks onto its designated target, we too must discipline our energies toward locking on to our desired end goal. We can learn an important lesson about focus from horses. Early farmers who wished to command the attention and control of workhorses affixed blinders, also known as blinkers, on the side of their eyes to limit their vision. Due to these blinders, the animals stayed oblivious to distractions on either side of them. I have vivid childhood memories of my grandfather's draft horses. My grandpa Dunkleman was a dairy farmer. Gramps, as we called him, milked about 40 Holsteins along with his son Howard, my uncle. Prior to the arrival of the tractor, dairy farmers used workhorses around the farm. The two enormous Percherons that Gramps owned seemed to be 10 feet tall and had hoofs the size of trash cans. When tractors did become available and affordable, farmers kept their workhorses around so they could come to the aid of a tractor when it got stuck. Besides this task, area farmers also established competitive horse pulls on the weekends. A horse pull, besides being an occasion where farmers could socialize and drink a lot of beer, is an event where a wooden sled is loaded with heavy concrete weights, and the driver backs up his pair of horses up to the sled, hooks to it, and after a loud "hee-haw" shout, the horses dash and see how far they can pull the sled. Very similar to the tractor pulls of today. Since horses have eyes on the sides of their heads, the blinders that Gramps attached to the bridle of the Percherons help them to focus on pulling straight ahead, instead of being distracted by the spectators. In order to avoid distractions and stay on task, we too need a similar type of blinders. Intense focus is the art of having a one-track mind. Stay focused on your goal as you climb toward your summit of achievement. Dream on. To dream is to think or imagine something is possible. We conceive of possibilities when we dream. Dreamers are often falsely perceived as unrealistic, impractical, or out in left field. Galileo, Disney, and Gates, along with Martineau, Parks, and Jemison, and every other individual who has achieved the uncommon, started with a dream. Our dreams have the potential of telling us what can and what will happen. To speak before is the specific meaning of prophecy. Our dreams, when internalized and pursued, speak before us and have the potential to become our realities. Dreaming is different from wishing. Wishing is wanting something without the intention of doing anything to earn it. Dreaming, on the other hand, is wanting something with the intention of doing something to bring about its completion. To dream is to conceive of an outcome, and if properly nurtured, the dream has the capability of being achieved. The best way to make your dreams come true is to wake up and do something about them. In other words, many individuals dream of worthy achievements, while a few get to work and accomplish them. Our dreams need to be nourished, encouraged, and advanced. Dream on, and then act upon your dreams. Do this, and one day you'll find your dreams have come true. Moving forward with faith. Faith is the daring of the soul to go farther than it can see. William Newton Clark. As we noted earlier, fear is one of the great inhibitors of achievement. On the other hand, faith is one of the great promoters of achievement. Common sense tells us that the best place to learn more about faith is to consult sacred scripture. The writer of the book of Hebrews in the New Testament defined faith this way. Now faith is confidence in what we hope for, and assurance about what we do not see. Chapter 11, verse 1. We execute faith numerous times each day without realizing it. We exercise faith every morning when we hop in our cars. We have faith that the car will start, perform properly, and with our driving ability, safely carry us to our desired destination. The last time you boarded an airplane, you entrusted faith in the expertise of the pilot and the competency of the mechanics who service the aircraft. Faith is demonstrated every time you enter an elevator, flip on a light switch, or depress a key on your computer. Faith requires that we believe something without any tangible proof. Having faith means that we have confidence and trust that what we desire or expect will come to be. Faith, that invisible reliance, causes us to step out and move forward toward our desired outcomes. We can possess the most vivid dreams, make the best of plans, and even start taking appropriate actions, but without belief in ourselves and faith in finishing, our aspirations will not actualize. Athletes who possess great faith in themselves and their abilities multiply their chances for victory. Salespeople who have faith in their product, their selling skills, and their persistence rise to the top of their industries. And teachers of excellence are those who believe in themselves, believe in their subjects, and believe in their students. Fear and doubt create the mountains that faith can move. A lack of faith on our part limits our opportunities, shrinks our possibilities, and restricts our potential achievements. Faith is a force that helps dissolve doubt. Faith also empowers proactivity and fuels excitement. The strength of your beliefs and the degree of your faith will help determine the magnitude of your achievements. Have faith in yourself and your purpose, and believe in your potential for achievement. Demonstrate your faith by moving forward toward your goals. Dare to go farther than you can see. Seizing opportunity. I spent many years of my life waiting for opportunity. Things will get better, don't worry, I'd often tell my wife after our checking account would plummet to a few dollars after paying bills. You'll see, a better job will come around someday, I would reassure her. I waited, and that someday never seemed to come. The more I waited for that golden opportunity, the farther I drifted from reality. I would often imagine the phone ringing and a voice saying, "Hello, is this Alan? Listen, I know you are a gifted and hardworking individual looking to pursue a new career and utilize your talents and abilities. Well, I've got the perfect job for you that will enable you to further maximize your potential and make you very happy. I'm at liberty to offer you an attractive salary and spacious office. It's all waiting for you. What do you think?" I waited several years for the phone to ring, but it never did. I had been living in fantasy and had been deceived by the opportunity comes to you fallacy. I sincerely thought that individuals who succeeded in life were offered opportunities. I was waiting for the opportunity fairy to come knocking on my door. After several years of frustration and subsequent waiting, I finally came to my senses. I came to the realization that opportunities were not going to come to me, and that I was going to have to get up, look for, and seize opportunities. I had become lulled into the let things happen thinking, instead of being empowered with the attitude to make things happen. Like letting things happen, the greener pastures myth is another deceiver of opportunity. If I just had her talent, if I had the land that he has, or if we could just move, are all greener pasture sentiments. Yearning for greener pastures is one of the greatest time and potential wasters there is. Humans seem to pattern themselves after cattle. Livestock that have hundreds of acres of pasture will often struggle to poke their heads through sharp strands of barbed wire to pluck a few sprigs of grass from a neighboring field. Discontent with what we have stimulates this greener pasture syndrome. Stop looking for opportunity in all the wrong places. Turn your eyes inward and realize that the pasture you're now standing in could become a lot greener if you would take the time to till, fertilize, and nurture the ground you possess. You have the potential and inner strength to make things happen in your life. What you put into your life will have a lot to do with what you will get out of your life. Input equals output. Don't be deceived. Don't expect opportunities to come raining down on you like confetti. If you are not finding opportunities, chances are good you are not looking for them. watching for, and seizing opportunities is the method of success of top achievers. Opportunity seizing has a reciprocal effect. An opportunity caught and conquered instills confidence. Confidence to venture back out from the shore to make another catch. But confidence should not be confused with arrogance. Self-confident individuals are often envied and despised. Self-confident people are ordinary individuals who have made a habit of taking advantage of one opportunity after another. We build confidence by being habitually proactive and ready to open the doors of opportunity when they present themselves. Please don't wait any longer. The more you delay doing the things you ought to be doing, the more the forces of procrastination and complacency set in. Golden opportunities present themselves to the prepared. Equipping yourself with a clearly defined purpose will allow you to focus upon and take advantage of the right opportunities that come your way. Go for the goal. It's time to talk about one of the most significant keys to achievement. It's time to confront one of the scariest and most resisted words known to humankind, the word goal. Individuals and organizations who courageously set clearly defined goals and relentlessly pursue them are miles ahead of others who have no goals. Goal setting stimulates and harvests our scattered energies and directs them toward a specific objective. No goals, no focus. No focus, no achievement. Goal setting, in tangible terms, is nothing more than strategic planning. As we've discussed earlier, uncommon achievements manifest when we plan our work and work our plan. It may sound trite, but the 5 P's of success are true. Proper planning prevents poor performance. The first task in goal setting is to determine your destination. What exactly do you want to do? What do you desire to achieve? A friend of mine named Jane came up to me one evening and excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, Alan, you should have gone to this seminar that I attended yesterday. It was on time management and goal setting, and the presenter shared some of the goals she had set and achieved, and she just got me all excited about goal setting." "That's wonderful," I replied. Jane's enthusiasm waned a bit as she paused and said, "But the problem is, I don't know what I want to do. I don't have a goal." Identifying your goal will be one of the most difficult tasks for you to formulate. But once you decide, it's time to get climbing. One of the first things to consider is to make sure your goal causes you to stretch. Don't think about merely hitting a single. Why not aim for the fence? Big goals give us a challenge that helps bring out our best. Once you have set a big goal for yourself, you need to break it down into several parts, several smaller goals. The investment in small, deliberate tasks eventually brings about positive returns. If your goal is to develop a new skill or start a part-time business, you first need to read everything you can get your hands on about your prospective venture. Devoting 1 hour each evening to research may seem insignificant, but after reading 25 to 30 books in the span of 6 to 8 months, you will have formed a tremendous foundation of knowledge upon which to build. Perhaps your local community college or university has continuing education classes applicable to your goal. My point is this: your new skill or business will not magically materialize without doing your homework and putting actions behind your aspirations. Objects at a great distance are often unrecognizable, so concentrate instead on the small, visible tasks around you. Small tasks accumulate over time and will steadily carry you toward the achievement of your goal. To assist you on your goal-setting quest, here are 5 general ways to break down your goals along with specific examples. Types of goals. Number 1, immediate goals, daily to weekly. Using the example of learning a new skill, take guitar lessons once a week. Number 2, short-range goals, weekly to monthly. Improving your health, visit your local fitness center 3 days a week. Number 3, intermediate goals, 6 months to 1 year. Home improvement, remodel a kitchen. Number 4, long-range goals, 1 to 10 years. Completing your education, enroll in specific classes toward attaining a certification or degree. And number 5, the distant dream, 10 to 30 years. Retirement. Set aside ample funds to allow for frequent travel. Goal setting moves you out of the contemplation and dream stages and onto the playing field of doing and achieving. Once you have discerned your talents and abilities, determined your area of expertise, and decided what you want to achieve, it's time to clearly dictate your goals. A critical step in dictating your goals is to put them in writing. There is something deliberate and consequential about writing down a goal. Crystallized words on a piece of paper declare that you are making a personal commitment, a commitment that will bind you to your word. Goal achievement can be broken down into 5 phases. Phase 1. The first phase in goal setting is to write down your goal in one specific sentence. Phrase your goal in the present tense. Why? According to New Thought philosophy, the law of attraction is the belief that when individuals focus on either positive or negative thoughts, they can bring either positive or negative experiences into their lives. Some adherents believe this law began with Buddha, who taught, "What you have become is what you have thought." Utilizing the law of attraction, don't write, "I want to be a veterinarian." Instead, write, "I am going to be a veterinarian." This tense announces your intention and will serve as a self-fulfilling prophecy, a statement that will attract and draw you toward your goal like steel to a magnet. A prophecy is simply a prediction. From Latin, prediction means to make known beforehand. Your goal, written in the present tense, affirms what you want to achieve and become. Phase 2. The second phase of goal setting is to break up your big goal into small steps, as we discussed earlier. To reach your goal, you may need to take anywhere from 100 to 1,000 steps. I know that doesn't sound reassuring, but long-term effort is a critical component of success. When it comes to achievement, there is no Big Bang theory. It took Noah over 100 years to build the ark. It took Thomas Edison thousands of experiments to come up with the proper filament to power his incandescent bulb. And according to the National Peanut Council, it takes 540 peanuts to produce one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. Think about that the next time you make a sandwich. Breaking down your big goal into smaller, tangible goals allows you to concentrate on consuming small slices of your entire achievement pie. These small-scale accomplishments will empower you with confidence and fortitude to keep chipping away at conquering your ultimate goal. Phase 3. The third phase of goal setting is to assign deadlines. Deadlines possess a sense of urgency. I work much harder and more efficiently with a deadline than without one. Deadlines cause us to focus and manage our time wisely. Deadlines remove any clouds of doubt on when specific tasks are to be completed. When I had an important paper due in college, I forced myself to establish a deadline 2 days before the paper was due. I did this for 2 reasons. First, since I was working full-time, I established this earlier deadline just in case unexpected tasks or emergencies surfaced at work. Second, I set this deadline to be able to complete the paper and then have a day to step away from it. The next evening, a lot fresher, I would proofread the paper once more and make any final adjustments. Phase 4. Phase 4 of goal setting is to write down your goals on a daily basis and force them deep into your subconscious mind. This is essential because your logical mind will tend to reject your newly set goal. Your mind will want to resist your goal because it most likely has not been challenged this way. You may have to write down your goal for months before your inner being accepts and internalizes it. Phase 5. The fifth phase of goal setting is to get to work. Action may not always bring about achievement, but you can rest assured there will be no achievement without action. Set some goals and use the DIN method to attain them. DIN, do it now. Greek philosopher Aristotle advocated the following 3-step process for goal attainment. First, have a definite, clear, practical idea, a goal, an objective. Second, have the necessary means to achieve your ends: wisdom, money, materials, and methods. Third, adjust all your means to that end. To wrap up this module on goal setting, keep in mind that your goals should be right for you, set in faith, challenging, realistic, and should not be harmful to you or others. Goals have a magnetic way of attracting results. Goals also cause you to get serious about achieving something uncommon. Don't leave your desires, aspirations, and objectives to chance. Achieve them by choice. Purpose power. Great minds have purposes. Others have wishes. Washington Irving. When we do something on purpose, we have a definite plan, aim, or intention. Doing something on purpose implies premeditation. In order to achieve your uncommon objectives, you must deliberately plan ahead, premeditate. A fixed purpose allows our thoughts, emotions, and actions to form a powerful nucleus for achievement. A strong purpose in life necessitates a strong sense of self-knowledge. Knowing who we are and what we stand for, as well as what we desire to accomplish with our lives, empowers us with resolution that leads to courage and confidence. You may not have any idea how to go about achieving your purpose in life, but don't despair. The important thing when it comes to uncommon achievement is to identify your purpose, and the path will be revealed to you as you move toward your objective. With a strong purpose, we possess the means or compass to direct our lives toward our desired destination. Tap into the power of purpose. As Irving declared earlier, weak minds have only wishes, while great minds have purpose. To decide is to begin. The powerful force of procrastination contains the crippling component of indecision. Making up your mind, making a decision to do something, propels you toward its completion. Indecision, on the other hand, tempts us to put off until tomorrow what we could do today. Indecision, along with procrastination, wastes our time, talents, and opportunities. Have you ever hesitated in getting into a swimming pool because the water was cold? We first stick in a toe and cringe at the water's chill. We then reluctantly dab the other toe in. Eventually we go over to the steps and ever so slowly and painfully ease into the water. The water rides up to our waist and starts to take our breath away. After a few more excruciating moments, we wade in until the water reaches our neck. Then with great angst, we dunk underneath the water and realize it's not that bad after all. When it comes to entering a swimming pool, we could have saved ourselves a good deal of stress if we had only plunged in immediately. Too many of us pull the same stunt when faced with a decision. The more we hesitate, the more we resist engagement. Indecision will delay your quest for self-actualization. Uncommon achievers are simply common individuals who have developed an uncommon ability of making decisions and acting upon them. It's simple, but difficult. We first decide, then act. Decisions involve deliberation. Taking the time to carefully think through and reflect is essential to the decision-making process. However, there comes a time when you simply have to step out on faith and jump in. The easy way out voice often whispers, "If you don't try, you won't fail." Better play it safe, or "You'll be sorry." Before we know it, the urge to decide and do something is stifled. The majority of failures are not those who tried and didn't succeed, but those who are afraid to make the decision to begin. When considering our potential achievements, the solution is threefold: deliberate, decide, and do it. Underachievers deserve an epitaph that reads, "Could have done more, just couldn't make up my mind." How sad it is when possibilities vanish, when opportunities are squandered, and potential is abandoned. Perhaps an individual who cannot make up their mind may have very little mind to make up. Make up your mind to get on with your purpose and personal achievements. Get on with your program. We are stewards of our decisions. Good decisions typically achieve good outcomes, where bad decisions often lead to poor outcomes. Get tough on yourself and make some decisions. Then take the initiative to begin opening your gateways to greatness. Personal direction assessment. Keep up the good work answering these challenging questions. Your honest responses will help you establish a clearer path toward the realization of your dreams. Question 1. What specific goal have you identified? What do you desire to achieve? 2. What is your specific plan for the attainment of your goal? 3. Write down your goal in one specific sentence. 4. When will you begin pursuing your desired goal? 5. What deadline have you established for the completion of your goal? 6. What specific opportunities are currently available for you to pursue? 7. What are your immediate goals, daily to weekly? 8. What are your short-range goals, weekly to monthly? 9. What are your intermediate goals, 6 months to 1 year? 10. What are your long-range goals, 1 to 10 years? 11. What is your distant dream, 10 to 30 years? 12. What education or training do you need in order to accomplish your goal? 13. What specific books will help equip you with greater knowledge for the attainment of your goal? 14. What limitations do you face? Question 15. What individuals can help you with direction? Now that you have reached your third base camp and completed the direction assessment, it's time to climb to the fourth Uncommon Achievement Camp, Camp Development. Chapter 9. Development. In order to fully understand the word development, we must first explore the French word envelopper. From envelopper, we gain our English word envelope, meaning to wrap, a derivative of envelope. If envelop means to wrap, then it follows that develop means to unwrap. In one of my seminars on self-development, I pull out a small 3x4-inch folded piece of paper from my coat pocket. As I slowly unfold this map-like visual, I explain to the audience that this paper represents our potential for full development. We can stay folded up, or we can fully extend ourselves and develop, unfold, to our maximum potential. When the entire piece of paper unfolds, it measures 27 by 33 inches with the word development printed in bold letters. This simple illustration explains why some people develop fully and why others stay the same. Too many individuals never unfold and never stretch beyond what is necessary for common existence. Uncommon achievers are obsessed with developing and strive to completely blossom in every component of their lives. Development can be defined as a continual process of growth and improvement. Our process of development involves long-term maturation, where we steadily move from who we are to who we desire to be. Being fully engaged in the development of yourself and your potential creates enthusiasm, strengthens your purpose, and gives meaning to your life. Top achievers via personal desire, become top developers. They take their talents and abilities and unfold them, shape them, and mold them into their ultimate capacities. Self-development requires constant conditioning. Let's break out of our shells, our comfort zone, and get busy unfolding the potential that lies within. A yearning for learning. Educational institutions do not conduct conclusion ceremonies. They conduct commencement exercises. Commencement means a beginning, a birth, a time to start. Many keynote speakers bring this out at graduations, but for the most part, this message falls on deaf ears. Every day ought to be a commencement, a new beginning. Every day should cause us to begin anew our adventure for more insight, knowledge, and understanding. Every day should challenge us to think more deeply, learn more fervently, and act more wisely. Learning is a lifelong journey. On the first day of classes, I ask students to introduce themselves. I ask them to share where they are from, what their major is, and what their career aspirations are. I'll never forget one student, a lady named Alma. When it came time for Alma to introduce herself, she said the following: I have spent my entire life helping my children get an education. Now it's my turn. She went on to add, I love to learn. The significant thing to note is that at the time, Alma was 80 years old. I gladly spent extra time with Alma, mostly assisting her with computer skills. But it was a delight to work with her, for she was so eager to learn and expand her mental, intellectual, and educational horizons. Unlike Alma, many epitaphs could read as follows: John Common Doe, died at 40, buried at 80, rusted in peace. I didn't absorb the meaning of commencement until about 15 years after I graduated from high school. I thought it meant the end. Too many individuals stop learning immediately after graduation. I have now arrived. I know it all. I now know enough are the fallacies with which we stroke our egos. What we don't realize is that we are driving nails into our development coffin. When I began my college education from the ground up at age 36, I was motivated and eager to learn. During my first semester at the local community college, I registered for English 111, college composition, with Mrs. Helen Wilson. With a tremendous desire to improve my writing skills, I approached Mrs. Wilson's desk after the first day of class and handed her a box containing a dozen red pens. I then said, Mrs. Wilson, I want to be a better writer, and I want you to wear me out. Needless to say, she did not hold back her red-inked comments and greatly challenged me to become a better thinker and writer. As I reflect back to that class and emotionally type these words, I owe a great deal of gratitude to Mrs. Wilson. If you have been caught in the commencement trap, then it's time to pry yourself loose and get on with your self-education. Uncommon achievers have an uncanny desire for learning and have an unquenchable fire and desire for more knowledge, more understanding, and more wisdom. One of the limitations to full self-development is our lack of desire. With a yearning for learning, we grow, stretch, and develop. Without a hunger for learning, we stagnate, regress, and wither. Knowledge is not an expense. It's an investment. When you invest in knowledge, you are investing in your future. Accumulated knowledge of your area of interest or expertise will pay you back in dividends of excellence, personal satisfaction, and growth. Increased knowledge will help enhance your climbing ability for achievement. The more we know, the more we go. Consider the fable of two wise men in debate who were considering the question, which is more important, learning or action? Almost without pause, one of the sages spoke. Action is more important, for learning has no value unless put into practice. The other sage then replied, learning is more important because it teaches right from wrong. Finally, they both compromised by saying that learning is more important when it leads to action. Action empowers achievement. When we know better, we do better. It's that simple. Give yourself a gift and give yourself over to higher learning. It doesn't matter if you enroll in continuing education or self-study. The important thing is that you set aside time each day to research, study, and learn more about your area of desired achievement. Do yourself a favor and get yearning for learning. Your mind is a terrible thing to waste. So what are you wasting for? Strain to gain. We can learn a lot from the lowly rubber band. Rubber bands come in different sizes, thicknesses, and colors. Their function is simple: to hold things together. A rubber band, in order to be useful, must be properly stretched. Stretch a rubber band too tightly around a bundle of papers and it'll snap. Underextend a rubber band around a cluster of pencils and they will scatter. The key to rubber band technology is the proper stretch. We too can learn from humble rubber bands. No matter what size rubber band we are, we serve no function without proper stretching. A reasonable amount of tension is essential for any act of achievement. When I'm out on a long walk with my dog Rusty, miniature long-haired Dachshund, I often pass a weight training facility at a nearby university. Looking through the windows, prior to the fall sports season, I typically see numerous athletes lifting weights, performing stretching exercises, or tossing hefty medicine balls back and forth. These male and female athletes are stretching their muscles and conditioning themselves to have the strength to perform at a high level on the field or court. As achievement athletes, we too need to put forth the conditioning to be in top shape to pursue our goals. I was recently browsing through the book section at a large thrift store and noticed a book in like new condition with the distinction of being a national bestseller. Part of the title of this self-help book by a prominent personality read, "The Secret to Effortless Success." I realize that success can be defined in different ways, but no wonder it was a bestseller. Effortless success is exactly what many in our culture are looking for. You mean I can attain success without putting forth any effort? Sign me up. It is nauseating to think that someone would promote any type of success without the investment of effort. Perhaps the individual who purchased the book and donated it to the store found out that sobering reality. The only true tension-free state is death. The important thing we must deal with is a healthy dose of tension that will cause us to stretch, grow, and actualize our potential. Woody Allen sarcastically remarked that showing up is 80% of life. If this formula is somewhat true, then it is what we do with the remaining 20% of our lives that will separate us from being common versus uncommon achievers. Remember the rubber band. No strain, no gain. The complete achiever. The superior man is he who develops in harmonious proportions his moral, intellectual, and physical nature. This should be the end at which men of all classes should aim, and it is this only which constitutes real greatness. Douglas William Gerald. According to Gerald's statement, superior individuals develop in harmonious proportions. Let's further investigate this thought. In a musical sense, harmony is created when two or more tones form a pleasant sound. Pertaining to achievement, harmony is an agreement or condition of things working well together. To be better equipped to accomplish our desired goals, we must ensure that all the elements of our lives are balanced. Spending the majority of our available time solely pursuing our quest for achievement is not the answer. If we reach our desired rung on the corporate ladder and lose our family, we have failed. If we forge our bodies into a fantastic physique and neglect our spiritual wellness, we have failed. If we achieve our objectives by unethically stepping on others, we have also failed. Top achievers are complete achievers. Complete achievers strive to excel in every vital component of their lives. Complete achievers labor to reach all-encompassing levels of excellence, where spiritual, familial, occupational, mental, social, physical, and recreational areas are systematically developed. We achieve wholeness when our lives are balanced and complete. Like the spokes of a wheel, the roundness depends on the consistency of the spokes. A spoke or two missing, and you have an irregular, off-balance ride. Our mission as striving achievers is to continuously pursue excellence in every component of our lives. No, we will never reach perfection, but we should be reaching toward the fulfillment of our fullest potential in every area of development. Let's take a closer look at each of the self-development 7: the spiritual, familial, occupational, mental, social, physical, and recreational components of our lives. This will give you a better understanding of the essential nature of each one of these areas as they relate to the fulfillment of your complete self. Spiritual development. All education should be directed toward the development of character. Sound character cannot be achieved if spiritual development is neglected. I do not like to think of turning out physical and mental giants who are spiritual pygmies. Dr. Walter C. Coffey. Why begin with spiritual growth and development? Before we answer this question, let me entreat you not to skip over this section. For some of you, this area of development may not have been at the top of your list, but I urge you to hear me out and see why I've given this component top priority. In order to maximize our wheel of completeness, we need a foundation that will lend support and stability to the subsequent layers to come. I believe that spiritual development can provide a strong base upon which to build an uncommon life. Where religion can be described as a system of faith and worship, spiritual development and spirituality are much broader concepts that have room for different interpretations and perspectives. Spirituality typically involves a search for meaning in one's life and is more of a living practice. Where religion typically consists of a specific set of beliefs and rituals that a group adheres to, spirituality takes a more individualistic path. The traditional view of spirituality focuses on a process of reformation that aspires to reclaim the original shape of man, the likeness of God. This transformation process orients toward a specific mold that represents the original shape. Judaism looks to the Torah, Christianity to Christ, Buddhism to Buddha, and Islam to Muhammad. More modern interpretations of spirituality focus on a subjective experience of a sacred dimension, which involves the inmost values and meanings by which people live. In my introduction to sociology classes, I begin explaining the fundamental concept of culture by sharing the following statement by author H. Jackson Brown. People take different roads seeking fulfillment and happiness. I typically ask, do you agree or disagree with this statement? Most students quickly say, I agree, or affirmatively nod their heads. I then share, now here's the second part of Brown's statement. Just because they're not on your road doesn't mean they're lost. I continue by saying, this is the tough part. This statement is more difficult to deal with and accept because when we compare our culture with other cultures around the world, we may not understand or appreciate the things that other people do or believe, but just because others are not on our road doesn't mean that those who differ from us are wrong, inferior, or have gotten lost. Besides understanding and appreciating the different roads that others travel, morality and ethics that are associated with spirituality are also important concepts to consider. Morality and ethics are closely connected, but different. Morality and ethics both relate to right and wrong behavior, and are often used interchangeably. Where ethics refer to a code of conduct in workplaces or principles in religions, for example, morality has to do with an individual's own principles regarding right and wrong. A moral code of conduct is essential for positive social interactions, as well as our overall societal well-being. The moral values of honesty and integrity, although often taken for granted, are essential to any successful business transaction or personal relationship. Individual morality and ethics also inform our individual spirituality. We come from many different faiths and backgrounds, and if there is a common thread among them, it is spirituality. For me, the foundation comes from my Christian faith, which is built upon the teachings and wisdom found in the Holy Bible, the Word of God. Spiritual development is an essential facet that brings meaning, stability, assurance, hope, and a sense of peace into our lives. Neglect our spiritual lives, and our jewel of completeness decreases in value. Nurture our spiritual lives, and our jewel of plenitude radiates with brilliance. To breathe is the ancient Greek meaning of soul. Where most of our time is spent attending to the material and physical aspects of our lives, spirituality focuses on our soul, our inner breath. The soul is a distinct entity that makes up our very essence. The soul is what makes us who we are and encompasses our mental abilities, character, feelings, consciousness, memory, reason, perceptions, and thoughts. Many faiths adhere to the premise that our physical body will one day fade away, but our soul will live and breathe on. Jewish Rabbi Harold S. Kushner explained the soul this way. Our souls are not hungry for fame, wealth, or power. Those rewards create almost as many problems as they solve. Our souls are hungry for meaning, for the sense that we have figured out how to live, so that our lives matter, so that the world will be at least a little bit different for our having passed through it. For the spiritual but not religious in the U.S., the non-theistic tradition of Buddhism has gained popularity. Buddhism is a major world religion that has a complex history and system of beliefs. Where most Christian faiths focus on salvation and original sin, Buddhism does not. The following lines are from the Dhammapada, stanza 165. No one saves us but ourselves. No one can, and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path. Buddhas merely teach the way. The Buddha addressed mankind's search for meaning this way. Just as treasures are uncovered from the earth, so virtue appears from good deeds, and wisdom appears from a pure and peaceful mind. To walk safely through the maze of human life, one needs the light of wisdom and the guidance of virtue. Muhammad, founder of Islam, was a prophet and God's messenger sent to share and confirm the teachings previously preached by Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and other prophets. The central religious text of Islam is the Quran. Muslims believe the Quran represents the words of God that were revealed to Muhammad by the Archangel Gabriel. All Abrahamic faiths that speak Arabic use the word Allah to mean God. The following passage from the Quran focuses on the proper spirit of Allah. And the faithful slaves of the most gracious Allah are those who walk on the earth in humility and sedateness. And when the foolish address them with bad words, they reply back with mild words of gentleness. In Christianity, spirituality can be boiled down to two major focal points: the striving to be holy and the striving to do holy things. The Apostle Peter encouraged the development of Christian character and becoming godlier with these words. His, or God's, divine power has given us everything we need for a godly life through our knowledge of Him who called us by His own glory and goodness. For this reason, make every effort to add to your faith goodness, and to goodness knowledge, and to knowledge self-control, and to self-control perseverance, and to perseverance godliness, and to godliness mutual affection, and to mutual affection love. For if you possess these qualities in increasing measure, they will keep you from being ineffective and unproductive. 2 Peter chapter 1, verses 3 and 5 through 8. A key passage from the Bible that captures the striving to do holy things can be found in the New Testament book of Galatians, chapter 5, verses 22 through 23. The following 9 fruit or holy actions are the visible attributes that manifest in a true Christian life. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. Our world could use a heavy dose of these 9 spiritual qualities. Anglican clergyman Frederick William Robertson captured the essence of spirituality with this important statement. It is not the number of books you read, nor the variety of sermons which you hear, nor the amount of religious conversation in which you mix, but it is the frequency and the earnestness with which you meditate on these things, till the truth which may be in them becomes your own and part of your own being, that ensures your spiritual growth. By working on your spiritual development, you will be solidifying a foundation that will allow you to build an uncommon life and achieve uncommon things. As Coffey implied at the beginning of this segment, I would hate to see you become a social, mental, physical, familial, occupational, and recreational giant and remain a spiritual pygmy. Social development. Social development involves the learning, knowledge, and skills necessary to effectively relate to, communicate with, and get along with others. Social development helps us to become well-adjusted and fully functioning individuals that can successfully interact with others. Through social development, we learn social skills or people skills that are primarily acquired through the process of socialization. The concept of socialization is very different from the concept of socializing, interacting with friends in the cafeteria or coffee shop. Socialization is the lifelong social learning process where individuals develop their sense of self. There are numerous agents of socialization which help shape our social skills: family, peers, schools, teachers, religion, popular culture, and the mass media all influence and mold us socially in different ways. Another important component of social development, as it relates to achievement and success, is the development of social capital. Social capital has to do with a network of relationships that you have. It's the who you know factor. You are most likely familiar with the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know. There's a great deal of truth to this statement. Cultivating social capital takes time and energy and a willingness to get out of your social comfort zone. It is much easier to stay to yourself and remain at a distance, but social capital does not come to you. You've got to take the initiative and make yourself interact and connect with others. In one of my past social problems classes, I encouraged my students to get out into the community and conduct interviews. We were focusing on local social problems, and I wanted the students to investigate how different people in our community perceived our social problems. Students were to select and interview either an educator, a health professional, a social worker, a member of the clergy, or a law enforcement official. When the deadline for the paper was due, I had each student come to the front of the class and share who they interviewed and what they had learned. One female student, who was not the sharpest academically, had a fabulous personality and attitude and strong social skills. She shared that she had called the county courthouse and asked to schedule an appointment with one of the judges. I thought to myself, wow, now that took some courage. She proceeded to share that she wore her best outfit and asked the judge her specific questions and spent about 45 minutes with him in his office. The student then shared what the judge asked her. Miss, it's been a pleasure talking with you, but I have a case to attend to in a few minutes, but I'd like to ask you a question. What will you be doing this summer? She shared that she wasn't sure why he was asking this question, but replied as respectfully as she could. Well, Your Honor, I hope to get a job in fast food or something like that. The judge then said the following. Miss, I've been so impressed with you. I'm going to need some help this summer. Would you be interested in serving as one of my interns? Totally stunned by his request, she joyfully replied, Why, yes. Now, how did this happen? Was this individual smarter than everyone else? Did this young lady have the appropriate experience to serve as an intern? No. This student, because of her uncommon initiative, courage, and display of social skills, made such a strong impression that in less than an hour was presented an uncommon opportunity. Served as summer intern for Judge Brown. What an impressive bullet to add to her budding resume. While serving in full-time ministry, a member named Richard made a tremendous impact on my life. Richard worked as the quality assurance manager for a large manufacturing company and was also a member of Toastmasters International. Toastmasters is a unique support group that helps individuals become more confident thinkers, communicators, public speakers, and leaders. One Sunday evening, Richard invited me to attend a Toastmasters meeting with him the following Tuesday. He told me the corporation where the meeting would take place and what time to arrive. Since I had never stepped foot in a corporate environment, I was quite apprehensive. I wore the only suit I owned, arrived at the entrance, and made my way into the meeting room. There were about a dozen sharply dressed women and men already present. My friend Richard introduced me to several individuals, and then the meeting began. It was striking to feel the sense of enthusiasm that these individuals possessed, along with the self-confidence they radiated. It didn't take me long to realize that I wanted what these individuals had. After several months of Toastmasters involvement, my friend Larry, a fellow member, called me and invited me to join him for lunch. Larry was the human relations director at the corporation where we met for meetings. I thought to myself, that will be nice. I think a lot of Larry. We met at the corporate cafeteria and began eating. Larry then said, Alan, I wanted to get together with you and ask you a question. I've got 12 of my managers going through a series of training modules, and I wanted to know if you would present the seminar on communication. I would normally call an out-of-town consultant, but I believe you would do a great job. After the paramedics revived me, I said I'd love to. Larry went on to share that the training would take place in 3 months, the seminar would last an hour, and I would be paid $250. What? For a 1-hour presentation? $250 was what I was used to earning in an entire week. In the late 1980s, that was a lot of money. Like the story of my student, how did this happen? Did I possess a superior level of education? No, I possessed a high school diploma at the time. Was I the best communications consultant in the region? No, I barely had any experience. So how do you explain how I got this incredible opportunity? This opportunity presented itself due to my relationship with Larry and Richard and the power of social capital, the who you know factor. Mental development. It seems that many people don't take time to think anymore. They just readjust their personal prejudices. Besides prejudice, many also constantly rearrange negative thoughts. In psychology, repetitive negative thinking is called rumination. Rumination refers to the tendency to repetitively think about the causes, situational factors, and consequences of one's negative emotional experience. The term rumination has been adopted due to the fact that repetition of thoughts is similar to the regurgitation of cud by ruminant animals, like the Holstein cows I milked years ago. If we constantly ruminate on the same old negative thoughts, this mental process will restrict our ability to see the positive and inhibit the acceptance of new and challenging thoughts. We could all benefit from expanding our mental horizons by further developing our intellect. Our thoughts are like a bank account. We can't withdraw what we haven't deposited. We need to take time to think, meditate, read good books, and watch or listen to good inspirational and educational programming. For these are ways that we can positively fill up our brain bank in order to develop mentally and think critically. Critical thinking is the objective analysis of facts that provide the means for forming a judgment. The word critical comes from the Greek word kritikos, which means forejudging and able to discern. From kritikos, we get the words critic and critique. As a photography multimedia student years ago at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, I relished our Friday photography critique sessions. During this class period, we would set our photographs on the ledge of the chalkboard and critique each other's work. I enjoyed being able to make comments and point out positive as well as negative aspects of my classmates' photos. It was also helpful, although humbling, to hear the critique of other students as well as the instructor concerning my own photos. In these critique sessions, we were able to discern and judge the quality of the works and how they fulfilled the assignment objective. During these sessions, we were forced to think critically and expand our intellectual horizons. Did you know that the U.S. has a National Council for Excellence in Critical Thinking? The Council defines critical thinking as the intellectually disciplined process of actively and skillfully conceptualizing, applying, analyzing, synthesizing, or evaluating information gathered from or generated by observation, experience, reflection, reasoning, or communication as a guide to belief and action. What a definition! It's no wonder no one wants to think anymore. Picture in your mind Auguste Rodin's The Thinker sculpture. What do you see? You see an individual looking down toward the ground, with his right elbow on his left knee, and his right hand bent and resting on his chin, engrossed in deep thought. Notice that there is no cell phone or earbuds present. Rodin's subject is engaged in an activity that is becoming a vanishing part of our cultural landscape. Rodin's subject is thinking. In a more simplified form, critical thinking is purposeful, deliberate reflection that leads us to know what to believe, what to do, what to reject, what to accept, and what to expect. Critical thinking leads to problem solving and helps us make sound determinations about our own behavior and future. Critical thinking requires constant focus, attention, awareness, energy, and mindset. Critical thinking and mental development is all about the training of the mind, similar to athletes who frequent the gym to train their bodies. One of the best ways to train your mind is through reading. It doesn't necessarily matter what you read as long as you read something. You may want to read more about your specific area of interest or expertise, or read for fun or inspiration. But the important thing is that you read. When I began my collegiate journey, one of my greatest weaknesses concerning reading was that I had a very poor vocabulary. My understanding was stunted because I didn't know what a lot of the words meant. So, what could I do to improve my vocabulary? When I began taking college classes, as I would read my textbooks, I quickly realized that about every 25th word, I didn't know what the word meant. My response? I went to the campus bookstore and bought a dictionary. You've got to remember, this is well before computer tablets and cell phone technology. I kept this dictionary in my book bag and would retrieve it every time I began to read something. As I came to a word that I didn't know or know how to pronounce, I would take the time to look it up. I would circle the word in my textbook and write in the margin what the word meant, often including a synonym or two. Every time I came upon a word that I didn't know, I would look it up, circle it, and write out what the word meant. I made myself do this each time, and it became a steadfast habit. What do you think happened after a week or two, a month or two, of incorporating this uncommon practice? First, I began to better understand what I was reading, since I had a better understanding of what the words meant. Secondly, I started becoming a better thinker, a better critical thinker. Thirdly, as a result of increasing my understanding of words and their meanings, I became a better writer. And finally, as a result of the discipline to increase my vocabulary and critical thinking skills, I became a better test taker. Back in high school, the main reason I did so poorly on exams was that I didn't know what a lot of the words meant. So how could I be successful answering exam questions? Reading expands our mental horizons by allowing us to learn from some of the best intellectual giants. Reading also allows us to live vicariously through others and travel the world in our minds. Don't just rearrange your prejudices. Take time to think, reflect, and develop mentally. Physical development. Our overall health is a compilation of many things. Our genetic makeup, along with the mental, emotional, social, environmental, and spiritual components of our lives. Our actual physical development, on the other hand, can be narrowed down to two things: what we do and what we eat. When we focus on improving and sustaining our physical development, we also positively affect other parts of our lives. According to the Constitution of the World Health Organization, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The adage, healthy body, healthy mind, makes sense here. Health is not all physical, yet our physical well-being is a gateway for consummate health. What we do. Here is the first what we do question that you need to ask yourself. What kind of lifestyle are you living right now? Are you living an active lifestyle, or are you living a sedentary lifestyle? Your answer will reveal a lot about who you are and what you may need to work on to become a more complete achiever. A sedentary lifestyle is characterized by a lot of sitting. Besides spending too much time being seated, common sense tells us that there is little physical exercise taking place. An active lifestyle involves action and movement. Individuals who live an active lifestyle engage in walking, jogging, running, dancing, swimming, cycling, hiking, canoeing, kayaking, golfing, playing tennis, bowling, skating, skiing, camping, fishing, hunting, birding, and anything else that gets them moving. In 2019, the market research firm Market Data LLC released its biennial study, the U.S. Weight Loss and Diet Control Market. The study revealed that the number of active dieters had fallen. The reason for this decline was due to a growing size acceptance movement and dieter fatigue. Thus, the research indicates that Americans are gaining weight and weary of trying not to gain weight. The study also revealed that the total U.S. weight loss market is worth a whopping $72.7 billion. What do these statistics have to do with our physical development? The one significant social trend to note is the growing size acceptance movement. Does size really matter? Does bigger mean better? Will this ideological shift contribute to more obesity and subsequent health issues? You may have heard of the phrase, "You've got to move it to lose it." If more individuals led a more active lifestyle and moved, waistlines would potentially reduce and billions of dollars would be shaved off the weight loss industry's profits. Not only that, the amount of money we spend on health care to fight the negative effects of a sedentary lifestyle would also diminish. It's your move. What we eat. In early America, and even up until the mid-20th century, people ate to survive. Mealtime focused on refueling before heading back out to the fields. Sometime in the mid-20th century, a societal eating shift emerged. We began to no longer consume food for survival. We began to consume food to feel good. Did this occur due to the economic shift away from farms to factories? Was this due to more women entering the workforce? Did it have anything to do with the availability of mass-produced and packaged foods? Was capitalism to blame? Was it the emergence of the fast food industry? Was it the influence of the mass media? I believe the ultimate answer is yes. All these factors appear to have contributed to a change in our food consumption habits. As we used to eat to survive, we now seem to eat to comfort ourselves. I too enjoy comfort foods. When I eat roast turkey, my mother's special dressing, along with mashed potatoes and gravy, I feel good. It gives me a sense of well-being, taking me back to my childhood of gathering around the table at Thanksgiving. Eating sweet corn on the cob is another comfort food for me. Growing up, our family had access to an unlimited amount of sweet corn that my Uncle Howard would plant. During supper, in the summertime, Mom would have 2 large pots of corn boiling away. When we finished eating, Dad would carry the pots outside to the picnic table, and we would all gather round and eat our fill. When finished, we would throw the cobs over the fence for the cows to enjoy. For decades after leaving home, when sweet corn was prepared, I would wait and eat my corn last. My youngest brother Brian has shared that I always thought that sweet corn was our dessert. Along with comfort foods, convenient foods are now the norm. With the time spent commuting to and from work, along with our 8-hour-plus work schedules, who has the time or energy to prepare a wholesome meal from scratch? It is amazing the number of restaurants and meal delivery services that keep sprouting up. It does appear that our need to eat out, pick up food, or have meals delivered is steadily increasing. Besides turning to comfort food, our society also uses food to raise money. Every weekend in my area, there are numerous fundraisers to help individuals in need, as well as nonprofit organizations and church ministries. Hot dogs, pancakes, pork barbecue, spaghetti, fish, popcorn, biscuits, donuts, candy bars, you name it. All these foods are used to encourage people to support a good cause. I am all for helping people in need, but our use of food to help others comes at a waste-expanding price. Advertisers also play a key role in our food consumption habits. Although it defies logic, advertisers do not initially set out to sell you a product. They first set out to sell you a feeling. Advertisers know that the deep-seated feelings of happiness, love, and autonomy are what people ultimately crave. As a result, they lure us into buying their products by promising one of these feelings. For the past several decades, I have been carefully analyzing advertisements. especially during the economic downturn in the U.S. from late 2007 to mid-2009. How were most Americans feeling during this period of Great Recession and high unemployment? Correct. Not very happy. Knowing this, advertisers aggressively sought to make us feel better by connecting the feeling of happiness with their products. Here are a few past and present examples. Coke, open happiness. Best Buy, you happier. IHOP, come hungry, leave happy. PetSmart, happiness in store. McDonald's McCafe, with happiness blended in, and Sip Happy. French's, happiness starts here. Walgreens, at the corner of happy and healthy. Chapstick, apply happy. Dairy Queen, happy tastes good. Mattress Firm, sleep happy. Arby's, good mood food. Coincidence? Here is the root of the problem from my perspective. In American culture, we are attempting to use external things like food to satisfy our internal needs. All of us want to be happy, perhaps more than anything else, regardless of how each person defines happiness. Who or what can make us happy? When individuals experience disappointment or sadness, they often reach for food for comfort, to cheer them up. We're attempting to use something tangible to satisfy something intangible, and this does not work. Only you can make yourself happy. Food cannot do it for you. You can't take something outside of yourself to satisfy something within yourself. We can only create our happiness from our own thoughts and mindset from within. Happiness is our personal responsibility. Chances are good you already know about the foods you should maximize in your diet and foods you should minimize. But let me remind you, foods to maximize: fruits, vegetables, nuts, legumes like beans, whole grains, healthy fats, and oils. Foods to minimize: processed foods, sweets, salty snacks, and fatty foods. In order to become a complete achiever, you will most likely need to focus on eating better and becoming more active. You will need to be physically fit in order to maximize your potential and climb toward your desired summit of success. Familial development. The family is the natural and fundamental building block of society. This resilient social unit has survived and adapted over time. The 1950s Leave It to Beaver nuclear family, mom, dad, and the kids, is no longer the societal norm. Blended is the primary way we refer to today's family. Strong family life produces a healthy sense of belonging, perpetuates unconditional love, and provides a foundation for parents and primary caregivers to help their children become well-adjusted and productive citizens. In other words, parents' primary responsibility is to help their children become responsible adults. Snowplow or lawnmower parents are those who always look for ways to clear a smooth path for their children to walk through. This parenting style does not allow children to develop proper life skills for successful, responsible, and autonomous living. This type of overparenting could be considered a type of child abuse that only harms and inhibits a child's ultimate development. When my son was in his early teens, like many parents, my wife and I encouraged him to seek part-time work. Why? The answer has a lot to do with how my wife and I were parented, to help him develop a positive work ethic. At 13, he was mowing a couple of yards in the summer for extra money, with a good deal of his earnings spent on baseball cards and the rest going into savings. At age 16, he came home one day and excitedly shared that one of his friends, who worked at the popular athletic shoe store in town, told him that they needed to hire an additional worker for evenings and weekends. My son's friend encouraged him to come to the store that night and speak to the manager and fill out an application. I gladly drove him to the store and sat in the car while he met with the manager. He came out of the store a few minutes later with his head down, with rejection written all over his face and body language. He got in the car and, fighting back tears, shared that they had just hired someone else. How do you think that made me feel as a parent? It killed me. I was feeling his pain and disappointment too. Even amidst the sadness and discouragement, why was this a good experience for my son? My son was able to learn some important life lessons. That when it comes to the real world, we can't always get what we want when we want it. That when it comes to jobs, there is stiff competition, and that disappointment is an inherent part of life and a means for developing uncommon character. As fewer children are brought into the world in the U.S., the emphasis has socially shifted from the perpetuation of the family to the perpetuation of the individual. How do we properly nurture and positively raise the children that remain, as well as those yet to be born? Let's answer this question by further investigating both the topics of parenting and marriage. Parenting. Parenting has been one of the most challenging ventures I have ever undertaken. Even with one child, the responsibilities have been daunting. Early on, my wife and I had to concern ourselves with our son's comprehensive health, his physical, social, mental, emotional, and spiritual development. We had to facilitate the feeding, diapering, rocking, soothing, reading, reassuring, learning, play, and security needs of our child. Both my wife and I didn't go into parenting with a great deal of knowledge or experience. In 1980, all we had to rely on was Dr. Benjamin Spock's book, The Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care, that was initially published in 1946. As new parents, we had a lot to learn. There are different ways to parent a child. The great challenge is to avoid the extremes of either underparenting or overparenting. I'd like to focus on 3 parenting styles that are well known today. Family counselors typically divide parenting styles into 3 categories: authoritarian, permissive, and authoritative. Two of these styles should be avoided, with the third striking a positive balance. Authoritarian. An authoritarian parenting style is a parents know best approach that emphasizes strong obedience with a plethora of strict rules with harsh punishments for failure to obey. It's a my way or the highway parental authority method of controlling behavior. My father tended to be an authoritarian parent. When I misbehaved, Dad would quickly give me a time out, a time outside with a belt across my bottom. Permissive. A permissive parenting style typically provides few behavioral guidelines due to parents not wanting to upset their children. There are typically few rules and minimal emphasis on discipline. Permissive parenting is a laissez-faire, relaxed, and flexible approach. My mother tended to be more of a permissive parent. With 10 of us running around at one time, we seemed to create our own parenting collective, since Mom was typically preoccupied with the newest baby of the family. Authoritative. An authoritative parenting style is a positive blend between authoritarian and permissive parenting. A caring tone permeates the home, along with structure and consistent encouragement. High expectations and clear boundaries characterize this parenting style. After our son was born, my wife often followed her father's authoritarian parenting style, where I tended to follow my mother's more permissive parenting style. Do you see a problem here? What my wife and I learned over time was to move toward the parenting center and become more balanced and authoritative parents. Marriage. Marriage is an ongoing journey where you learn as you go. It's a relational, on-the-job training. You know the traditional vows, I take thee to be my wedded husband or wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part, and thereto I pledge myself to you. There is a great deal of truth early on in this vow, for marriage does not magically create a happily ever after life. Real marriages experience tough times, economic hardship, illness, tragedy, and constant change. The fairy tale ending, and they lived happily ever after, is one of the most damaging lines in all of literature. This happily ever after phrase is promising something that even the most effective marriages cannot provide. Realistically, couples are not happy all the time. We need to add to this fable the following tagline. And they lived happily ever after because they worked at their relationship, dealt with the good and bad times in a positive manner, and learned to adjust to all the changes they faced in their lives. The end. The popular saying that behind every successful man is a great woman should work both ways. Behind every successful woman should be a sensitive, supportive, and strong husband. You may think that the following thoughts are old school and out of touch. But in the best marriages, you will find each partner trying to unselfishly outgive and outserve the other. The husband treating his wife like a queen, and the wife, conversely, treating her husband like a king. Conscientious couples foster this attitude of reciprocal reinforcement. Mutual encouragement is what helps fuel a fruitful union. An effective marriage does not happen by chance. Successful marriages are deliberately built up through days, weeks, months, and years of effort. Automobiles require frequent maintenance for peak performance. When the air conditioning is not performing properly, we have it recharged. When the engine timing is out of sync, we have it tuned. And when the front end starts to vibrate, we have it realigned. Why don't we carry a maintenance plan over into our marriages? Let's look at 5 marital maintenance strategies that can help enrich the effectiveness of your current or potentially future marriage. Marital maintenance strategies. Frequently tell your spouse that you love them. Love requires attention and verbalization. Don't take "I love you" for granted. As communication is critical for marital success, so is communicating one's love for each other. Compliment your spouse. Men and women both need reinforcement. Be generous with sincere praise, encouragement, and adoration. Touch and hug each other. Touching and hugging are 2 of the best marital therapy exercises. Holding hands, walking arm in arm, stroking one's hair, or rubbing your spouse's shoulders or sore feet are demonstrations of affection that foster relational bonding. Meaningful physical touch communicates warmth, concern, and helps to affirm our self-worth. Human touch also helps lower blood pressure and heart rate, helps increase immune function, and serves as a natural pain reliever. Give tokens of love. Cards, letters, notes, phone calls, text messages, small gifts. Use any creative means to communicate your love to your spouse. It's not the big things that make a difference. It's the small acts of kindness that accumulate over time that convey true love and admiration. Enrich your marriage with education. Read good books and magazine articles that build up your relationship. Attend seminars and lectures that promote and strengthen family and marital bonds. Remain open and eager to better equip and fine-tune your relationship. A periodic refresher course can drastically improve your marital grade point average. Psychologist, college professor, and pastor Dr. Paul Faulkner once told the story of a successful businessman who sat next to him on a plane while he was on his way to presenting one of his renowned marriage enrichment seminars. Faulkner introduced himself, and after a brief chat, the gentleman asked, "What's the bottom line when it comes to a successful marriage?" A typical no-nonsense executive question. Faulkner could have elaborated on numerous points from his weekend seminar, but responded with this simple answer: "You've got to work at it." Do you want a stronger marriage? Work at it. Do you want to improve communication with your spouse? Work at it. Do you desire to better understand your spouse? Work at it. Do you want to express love to your spouse in a greater way? Work at it. Likewise, concerning the parenting of children, do you want to raise responsible children? Then you'll have to work at it. Whether you desire to be a better spouse or a better parent or grandparent, the answer will always be the same: You've got to work at it. Occupational development. Job satisfaction is worth a great deal. When we wholeheartedly approach our work with great enthusiasm, our personal well-being soars. There's nothing that can replace the feeling of springing out of bed in the morning and wanting to begin a day's work. To be optimally fulfilling, our work should satisfy 3 needs. Job satisfaction. Number 1, we are utilizing our talents and abilities. 2, we are contributing to humanity, making a difference. And 3, we are being adequately compensated for our labor. If we were to create a triangle from these 3 components, supreme job satisfaction would result when all 3 sides are equal, forming an equilateral triangle. We're using our talents and abilities, feel like we're making a difference, and are being financially compensated. There have been times in my life where this 3-sided triangle was way out of whack. I've had jobs where none of the sides of the triangle were fulfilled. I've had jobs when 2 sides were strong, but 1 side absent. For a period of time, my son worked for a nonprofit food bank. He was utilizing his talents and abilities, his people and computer skills. He was making a difference by helping feed those in need, but he was not earning enough money to support living on his own. 2 out of 3 is not bad, but my son eventually had to seek other employment in order to shore up the financial compensation side of his job satisfaction triangle. Young adults need to realize that there is a good chance that their first job after high school or college will not possess a maximum level of job satisfaction. I hope it does, but this is not the experience of the vast majority. The phrase, work your way up, is the lived experience for most. Expecting a 6-figure salary, a corner office, an administrative assistant, and unlimited expense account will not be the norm unless you're part of the top 1%. For those of us who live well below the elite, how does an individual advance and reach higher rungs on the employment ladder? Let's look at ways of getting ahead in the workplace. Position yourself. Uncommon achievers focus on qualifying themselves for advanced positions. They work on attaining higher education, voraciously read in order to expand their base of knowledge, and attend workshops and seminars to learn new information and develop new skills. Employability attributes like time management, teamwork, communication, cultural sensitivity, dependability, problem solving, decision making, and critical thinking skills are systematically refined. Extraordinary achievers also network to build up their bank of social capital and voluntarily accept additional work assignments and responsibilities. Upper management typically asks one question when seeking to promote an employee. Who is already doing this job and doing it well? Look for ways to position yourself for advancement. When employers comb through applications and begin the interview process seeking new workers, they typically ask 2 questions. Can this person do the job? Does the individual have the education, skills, and experience necessary to fulfill the position? And is this person a good fit for our organization? Does the individual have the social skills, personality, and attitude to be a part of our team? When you seek new employment, ask yourself these same two questions. Can I do the job, and will I fit in? Looking the part. When discussing the concept of presentation of self, I ask my students, does appearance matter? The response is usually, no, it doesn't matter at all. It's true that in a college class, you can come in your sweet and sassy pajamas or a three-piece suit. I then ask another question in an attempt to make my point. How many of you are appropriately dressed to interview for your dream job? Silence. Regardless of how you personally feel, appearance does matter. There is a time to dress professionally, and there is a time to dress casually. To increase your chances for advancement, understand what appropriate dress is in your company or prospective company, and dress accordingly by looking the part. Apply John T. Malloy's philosophy and book title, Dress for Success. Go in early and stay late. As discussed earlier, uncommon achievers apply the EMA, extra mile attitude. Employers desire workers who are loyal, dedicated, and who will come in on time, roll up one's sleeves, and give an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, with minimal cell phone or social media use on company time. Employers are looking for individuals who are conscientious and responsible, who don't mind coming in a little early and leaving a little late in order to complete necessary tasks and projects. What does your job satisfaction triangle look like? And when it comes to improved job satisfaction, are you positioning yourself, looking the part, and going the extra mile? Recreational development. I will arrange the books to be read in 3 columns and propose that you should read those in the first column till 12 o'clock every day, leaving all the afternoon for exercise and recreation, which are as necessary as reading. I will rather say more necessary, because health is worth more than learning. Thomas Jefferson. This quote is in the language of the time, but its intent is clear. Not many of us have the capability of leaving our entire afternoon open for recreation, as Jefferson advocated. But he does make a good point. Recreation is more than engaging in an enjoyable activity when you're not working. Recreation is a critical component that contributes to our mental health and well-being. The Latin word recreare means create again, renew. The old French word recreation has a mental or spiritual consolation meaning. Recreation is like a salve to our wounds and provides a power source to recharge our drained batteries. What activity do you find renewing, refreshing, and invigorating? My woodworking shop is one of my major recreational outlets. My Grandpa Gerwitz inspired my love for working with wood. After retiring from dairy farming and moving into town, my grandfather set up a woodworking shop in his basement. As a child, I couldn't wait to go downstairs and see what he was building. I can still smell the fresh pine shavings from the joiner and see the fire glowing in the small pot-bellied stove. My grandfather made everything from small wild cherry tables to pine jewelry cabinets, to entire miniature Conestoga wagons, complete with lathe-turned barrels, spoked wheels, and canvas covering. In my eyes, My grandfather was like a god who could miraculously turn rough pieces of wood into masterpieces. For me, woodworking is a counteractive activity from my normal work week because it gets me away from people and computers. Woodworking slows me down and allows me to commune with the natural elements of wood and tools. There is something uncommonly therapeutic about making something with your hands. For me, it's a totally other activity that refreshes and renews. Work hard, play hard is a motto that many go-getters practice. Regardless if you are attracted to this type of thinking or not, research does indicate a strong correlation between attraction to accomplishment and attraction to leisure. It doesn't matter what activity or hobby you engage in. The important thing is that you take time to regenerate. Personal Development Assessment. The following questions will help you identify areas for improvement to help you become a more balanced and complete achiever. Question 1. When considering the Self-Development 7, what areas are the strongest? What areas need the most improvement? 2. How can you strengthen the spiritual component of your life? 3. How can you strengthen the social component of your life? 4. How can you strengthen the mental component of your life? 5. How can you strengthen the physical component of your life? 6. How can you strengthen the familial component of your life? 7. How can you strengthen the occupational component of your life? 8. How can you strengthen the recreational component of your life? 9. What limitations will you face concerning your overall development? Question 10. What individuals can assist you in your personal development? Now that you have reached your 4th base camp and completed the development assessment, it's now time to climb to the 5th and final Uncommon Achievement Camp, Camp Discipline. Chapter 10. Discipline. Now that you have discovered more about who you are and decided what you want to accomplish and are developing your talents and abilities, it's time to add discipline to your achievement and success expedition. In the movie, The Man from Snowy River, there are many spectacular scenes. This Western, set in Australia, captures the power and beauty of wild horses. The freedom of movement through vast open ranges appears to give these horses a euphoric sense of independence. We know that for the energy of a wild horse to be useful, the horse must be broken. Tireless hours must be spent breaking an animal's wild tendencies. This domestication process may take months, but the time, training, and diligent effort eventually pays off. The same is true with each one of us. We tend to be like undomesticated horses, wild and out of control. We at times have a propensity to be pleasure-seeking, slack-seeking, and self-seeking. For our potential to be fully utilized, our energies must be channeled, focused, and disciplined. We, too, need harnessing when it comes to controlling our emotions and actions. Discipline is nothing more than tenacious self-training and habit formation. Repetition of acts create habits. Habits, when properly formed, serve as a great vehicle for achievement. If we can control ourselves, we will be better equipped to control our destinies. Uncommon achievers are common individuals who have developed an uncommon degree of self-discipline. Self-discipline is one of the most difficult abilities to pursue, manage, and conquer. It takes self-discipline to eat right, exercise right, and achieve right. Individuals who lack self-discipline are like automobiles with no brakes, careening out of control down a mountain road. A lack of self-discipline is one of many factors that incites substance abuse, child and spousal abuse, crime, sexual deviance, gambling debts, and obesity. When we are self-disciplined, we govern ourselves and resist the temptation to allow our appetites, passions, and lusts to leap out of control and lead to self-destruction. Self-discipline is the ability to harness yourself and control your will and desires. From my perspective, self-discipline is the most difficult base camp to reach on the way to your goal summit. That is why self-discipline is the fifth and final base camp in the uncommon achievement approach. Discipline is the bridge between your goals and your accomplishments. Don't give up or give in to your weaker self. Be strong, stay focused, and allow your self-discipline to help you climb higher toward your desired peak of achievement. Forming uncommon habits. In order to systematically stride toward your peak of achievement, you must develop achievement habits. Uncommon achievements are largely a result of uncommon habits. Habits are those unconscious acts that are performed day after day that often go unnoticed. Repetition creates habits, both good and bad. Good habits are formed in the same manner as bad ones, one act at a time. Constant dripping of water eventually forms a pond, and persistent chops of an axe, in time, falls a giant sequoia. This same idea is true with forming personal habits. Disciplining yourself to engage in a certain act or exercise day after day eventually solidifies into a powerful force. As a left-hander, I found myself limited as a basketball player in high school because I could not effectively use my right hand. The majority of my dribbling and shooting was done with my dominant left hand. Later in life, I disciplined myself to dribble the ball and shoot layups with my right hand. This was not an easy endeavor. What I first had to do was make myself exclusively use my right hand. This new way of doing things was awkward and unnatural. but I knew it was the only way to develop this new capacity. For 15 to 20 minutes each day, I would work hard at using my right hand. 30 to 40 times, I would shoot right-handed layups. What resulted after 2 or 3 months was increased coordination and a conditioned habit to no longer depend on my dominant hand. This new habit was conceived and solidified through determination and repetition. What positive habits will you need to form in order to realize your dreams and goals? What negative habits will you need to eliminate? In his book, Habit, psychologist William James suggested the following guidelines when forming a new habit or eliminating an old one. Habit formation. We must trust ourselves with as strong an initiative as possible. Encase your resolution with everything you've got. Make your environment for change conducive to your desired outcome. If you desire to wake up an hour earlier each day to jog and exercise, then help yourself get going in the morning by neatly laying out your clothing and running shoes the night before. Strong preparation and initiative will help eliminate the temptation to put off or postpone your resolve. Make no exceptions until the new habit is securely rooted in your life. Every lapse and weakness you allow will cripple your pursuit. Habit forming could be compared to winding up a ball of string. As long as you steadily wind the string around the ball will enlarge. A single slip, and all that work can be quickly negated. Be ever diligent not to fall back or drop the ball on your new habit formation. Seize every opportunity to act upon your resolution. Don't allow procrastination to ravage your habit. Our minds must become securely ingrained with the habit we desire to form or liquidate. There is no better way to do this than through constant effort and concerted action. Don't let an opportunity to act slip by your resolve. If you desire to read more, you will need to keep your reading materials close to you. When opportunity presents itself, such as waiting at your next dentist or doctor's appointment, seize the moment with action. Concentrated effort, enthusiastic determination, and self-denial are the elements that will firmly implant your desired habit. As James declared, we are mere walking bundles of habits. Thought control. Great thoughts, properly cultivated, have the potential of producing great actions and great achievements. Our thoughts can also be compared to an elevator. They can lift us up to lofty heights or cause us to remain on the ground floor. In order to understand the importance of controlling our thoughts, we must come to the realization that our thoughts eventually break out into actions. We often go out of our way to avoid the task of thinking. We allow social media, television, and radio talk show hosts, along with others around us, to think for us. In class, I tell my students that I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm here to challenge you to think for yourself. And some of you are not going to like that. It is much easier to accept the thoughts of others than to come up with thoughts of our own. We evade the process of thinking because it takes determined effort and it causes us to stretch and strain. When we stretch a leg muscle, we experience a certain degree of pain and discomfort. But without proper stretching, our muscles will not be properly prepared for maximum performance. The same holds true with our thoughts. Our future achievements lie in our thoughts. We can control and channel our thoughts for achievement, or we can let them run wild. Harnessed thoughts possess potential power, where random thoughts are ineffective and void of any lasting strength. Our thoughts dictate our possibilities. If we think enriching thoughts, we become enriched. If we think poor thoughts, we reap indigence and futility. Our thoughts serve as our stairway for achievement. In order to change our circumstances, we must change our patterns of thinking. What we need is a paradigm shift. The term paradigm shift was first introduced by Thomas Kuhn in his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. A paradigm shift occurs when we see or perceive something in a new light. It's a type of sudden revelation or discovery. Change the way you think, and you will change the way you understand and perceive yourself. Thinking of yourself as an uncommon achiever will aid the likelihood of you becoming an uncommon achiever. Self-denial. Self-denial is a form of discipline that causes you to do without the things you want. Self-denial is an act in which you refuse something in the present so you'll be able to gain something in the future. An individual who desires a slimmer and trimmer figure will minimize high-fat foods and rich desserts and engage in the proper exercise so they'll be able to acquire the appearance they desire. Self-denial implies that we need to get tough on ourselves. Football practice in high school was brutal. Full contact, rugged drills, and painful wind sprints. In order to improve our leg strength and balance, there were awkward duck walks up hills and wild somersaults down hills. But when it came to the game on Saturday afternoon, our team was adequately prepared and physically ready for our opponent. The actual game was a form of relief, for we had paid our dues in practice so we could reap the benefits in competition. Too often, we go out of our way to avoid pain. We put off difficult projects and postpone personal health improvements and rationalize our behavior by saying, "I'll get to it later." What we end up doing is engraving a powerful counterproductive habit into our lives. In the Old Testament, the prophet Jonah ran away from responsibility and paid for his neglect. What has become known as the Jonah complex or syndrome is the fear of success that averts the attainment of self-actualization. We too can take the easy way out and run away from things that we ought to be doing. Uncommon achievers do not run away from pain or challenges, they run toward them. If you want to change your circumstances, you must first change yourself. Your habit patterns must be altered in order to achieve your peak potential. Challenge yourself by scheduling a little discomfort and pain every day. Knuckle down and read for 30 minutes. Strike out and take that 2-mile walk. Sit down and write out your future goals and aspirations. Take time to think, meditate, and crystallize your thoughts. The more you can deny and withhold from yourself today, the more you will be able to obtain and achieve in the future. Yes and no. Our world is filled with stark contrasts. Light and dark, old and new, hot and cold, day and night, life and death, peace and war, happy and sad, right and wrong. The one contrast I would like to further explore is yes and no. Don't ask me about newsworthy events or television programs between 1992 and 2002. Why? I didn't have time to keep up with events in this 10-year period because besides working in full-time ministry, I was intensely focusing on my education. I had said yes to furthering my education and said no to television and the news. I share with my students that since they have said yes to continuing their education, in order to be a successful student, they are going to have to say no to other things in their life. A student or two have come up to me in the past saying, I had a rough night and was not able to finish my assignment. Can I turn it in tomorrow? As I ask or interrogate the student further, I usually find out the reason for their neglect. I was up until 3 a.m. gaming, playing competitive video games with an online opponent, often a strong addiction. I want to say, give me a break, but I typically say, you have earned a 0. If you say yes to becoming a strong volunteer in your community, you will need to say no to your personal schedule and pursuits. If you say yes to establishing your own business, you will need to say no to frivolous spending and extra sleep. If you say yes to learning a new skill, you will need to say no to social media or television for a couple hours each day. It's a pretty simple formula. In order to gain something, you've got to give up something. Self-discipline is the art of saying no when you want to say yes. Do the things you don't want to do. One day, while exercising at the fitness center near my home, an athletic friend of mine named Jeff was working out on a Stairmaster machine. A Stairmaster is a mechanical device that simulates walking up real flights of stairs. Jeff had been stepping for 10 minutes or so when he grimaced and said, I hate this machine. Jeff continued to work out until he reached a total of 200 flights of stairs. Why would my friend do something that he didn't like to do, that he hated? Why would he subject himself to that kind of physical punishment? The answer? Jeff fully realized that the temporary pain he was going through would eventually return worthwhile physical gain. Jeff was simply doing something that he didn't like to do in order to gain something he desired. The following axiom was first brought to my attention by insurance official Albert E. N. Gray. Gray made this profound statement: the common denominator of success, the secret of success of every man who has ever been successful, lies in the fact that he formed the habit of doing things that failures don't like to do. My friend Jeff was unknowingly practicing Gray's success philosophy. Gray went on to share that by doing the things they don't like to do, they can accomplish the things they want to accomplish. Jeff was able to cope with his rigorous training because he knew it would benefit him when running a future 10K or cycling in a 50-mile competition. Making yourself is the key element of discipline. I had to make myself come down here to my office to write this section of the book. It was 10 p.m. I was spending time with my family upstairs and was getting tired. I resisted the temptation and forced myself to get to work. Why? Because I knew that the short-term discipline and effort would eventually benefit my long-term goal. This book did not write itself. Taking control of our actions is the very essence of discipline. Self-governed individuals really possess freedom. They have become free because they have self-enslaved the habits that in the long run produce great benefits. Do you really want to become an uncommon achiever? It's not going to be easy, but here's your challenging discipline formula. Do the things you don't like to do so you can accomplish the things you want to accomplish. Personal discipline assessment. Discipline yourself to answer these final questions. Your honest appraisal will be of great benefit in the long run. Question 1. What habits do you need to form in order to attain your desired goal? 2. What will you specifically need to do in order to form these habits? 3. What habits will you need to dissolve in order to attain your desired goal? 4. What will you specifically need to do in order to dissolve these habits? 5. Will you be willing to do the things that you may not like to do in order to achieve what you want? 6. Concerning your ultimate achievement peak, what have you said yes to? 7. In lieu of question 6, what specific areas of your life do you need to say no? And question 8, who can help you in developing discipline? Conclusion. We have explored numerous individual merit factors that promote achievement and success. We have investigated the meaning of potential and how to maximize it. We have climbed to the 5 base camps that lead to the summit of achievement: discovery, drive, direction, development, and discipline. After all that, what's the conclusion of the matter? If you think back over the pages of this book, one conclusion you might reach is that success is not guaranteed, even if we do all the right things. Opportunities and options are not evenly distributed among us due to a number of reasons: social, economic, gender, race, age, etc. In short, life is not fair. But many Many successful people have overcome some long odds to accomplish great things. Can you use what you've learned here to maximize your potential and improve your odds of success? If you have learned nothing else, I hope that the core message of the book is clear. When it comes to the attainment of lofty goals and aspirations, a common approach will not bring about uncommon results. I would like to leave you with the words of John F. Kennedy from a speech he delivered at Rice University on September 12, 1962. To put Kennedy's words in context, the United States was engaged in a race with Russia, a space race to reach the moon. Here is an excerpt from Kennedy's speech. But why, some say, the moon? Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain? We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one which we intend to win, and the others too. Uncommon achievers do not set out to reach lofty goals because they are easy. They set out to climb toward the actualization of their dreams because they are hard. It is the element of difficulty that brings out the best in us. Paraphrasing Kennedy's admonition, your goal will serve to organize and measure the best of your energies and skills. It is my hope that you have discovered what you want to achieve and are passionate about, that you have created a roadmap to reach your summit of success and are willing to focus on the areas of development that will aid you in reaching your goal, that you are willing to discipline yourself and do the things you may not want to do in order to attain the things you ultimately desire, and that you are unwilling to postpone your quest to maximize your potential. The information and methodology for attaining uncommon achievement is now in your hands. May the journey to your summit bring you much satisfaction and success. Do the common things in an uncommon way and get climbing.